broken glass in the streets. I've seen the rain come. I've seen the fire in the hills. I've seen where fear and anger meet. Oh, let the rain come. Oh, let out the lightning strike me, and please don't ask me nicely. I know you wanna light up the sky, but it's been so dark here lately. You might as well just take me. Nobody's gonna wonder why. Nobody's gonna wonder why.
What's going on, everybody? Happy Monday. Hopefully you guys had a good weekend. I'm Glick. There it is. It is Nonsensical Nonsense. We're back for a brand new week of fuckery and shenanigans. Shoney D is not here. I honestly don't know how often Tony will be here for a while. No big secret. He said it on the show a couple different times. He did go back to swing shifts. So, with that being said, he's currently at work right now. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe Mondays, different guest hosts. Maybe we'll start scheduling some guests on Mondays. Hell, who knows? We'll see what happens. Got that liquid IV in there right there. Mm-hmm. If you haven't already, go get you some. liquidiv.com. Use our promo code. Words are hard. Gets you 20% off. Anywho, welcome to Nonsensical Nonsense. If you're not already, go ahead and check out them socials. Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and TikTok. Don't forget to come hang out with us live every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday at 7 p.m. on YouTube. And if you can't join us live, or if you miss an episode, or maybe you just want to hear old episodes, whatever floats your boat, you can check us out on Spotify and everywhere you listen to podcasts at, all at Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast. Go ahead and give us a follow, give us a listen. And if you'd be so kind, give us a share. Don't forget to drop some likes on us. We like them likes. Who don't like them likes? It's the name of the game. Oh, shit. Yeah, like I said, hopefully you guys had a good weekend. Saturday night, we had a good show. Sunday, I was a lazy sack of shit. Later on, watching horror movies all day. But Saturday night, after we got done with the show, I said, well, my girlfriend, or fiance, my fiance, she was like, let's play around on TikTok. All right. When it happened again, 2 of my 3 accounts got in trouble. Apparently, you gotta love the trolls and the haters. Nah, but I digress. But I do have new music for you guys tonight. There's a cat that was in my room hanging out, chit chatting, and he's a rapper. Got a few songs out. I played them on the show. So I was like, hey man, I'll host a podcast. Would it be cool if I play your music on the show? I said, hell yeah, dude. Absolutely. So I'm gonna play that for you a little bit later on. And he might be a potential guest come down the road. He's just getting into the game, I think. I don't know how long he's been doing it. What's going on, Mr. Red Dog? What's going on with you, brother? So, for the time being, it is just me. Our guy Connor's going to make his return. We were talking Saturday night again when I was on TikTok. There was a bunch of people in there, and we were all shooting the shit. And I was like, fuck, I just realized I'm going to be alone on Monday. I got to figure out what the hell to do. And he was like, bro, I ain't doing nothing. I'll come back and host with you. Speaking of the devil, there he is. The king of the Crips himself, not the gang.
No.
The Crippleds. Not the gang. The Andy Crippleds. What's going on, brother? Long time no see.
Handy capable, damn it.
I've worked with you. I know you're incapable.
I don't know. You should see how far I can shoot a quarter.
Well, I mean, that was a totally different. That did your injury, your recent injury, hasn't affected your quarter shooting, has it?
Well, I can't quite keep it as tight as I used to, so the pressure don't build up like it does.
Smaller caliber ammo. We got to drop down to like dimes or something like that. Nickels, maybe.
Pennies. I've been practicing.
Nice. So outside of fucking absolutely falling apart, man. Let's say it sounds like from the last time you were on here until now, your health has gone completely to hell.
Oh yeah.
How other than that, how have you been, man? Like I said, long time no see.
Well, like you said, health's kind of falling apart, but I ain't dead yet. I'm still breathing. Working with the military to get my medical retirement paperwork, which is just a bear and a half to get done. I'm sure Tony could attest to that. But it's I've been doing, 5, 6, 7 appointments every week. It's been miserable. I just get no break, but woe is me. But lots of appointments, Lots of running back and forth. We just had my mother-in-law was in town this week, so my wife and I got a nice little break from the craziness. Our 7th anniversary was yesterday.
Oh, nice! Happy anniversary!
Thank you. And what's up, Golf Hawk?
I have to. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I got to get this in there for our guy Golf since he's in the building.
Hey, boys! Look what I got here!
Hey, where are the white women at?
Golf Hawk in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I was gonna say. I know we were talking Saturday, and you said that you were gonna be were you getting a medical discharge or something like that?
Yeah. So originally, we weren't really sure what the military was going to do for me post me getting out, but seems that I will be getting my retirement benefits, and they'll be paying me for the rest of my life, which is good.
Nice. Well, I mean, you put your time in with the Air Force. Are you gonna get anything from the Army as well, or is it
So
kind of
they'll lump it all into one? It'll be paid out by the DoD.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I'll get my VA benefits. I'll be able to keep with TRICARE, and my health care will stay for the most part free if I want it to be. And I'll get to keep all my life insurance policies on myself and my wife and my kids. But
well, I mean that's a positive. I mean, unfortunately, hopefully, as time progresses, I know that your back is your biggest problem. Hopefully, as time progresses, you'll get. Obviously, you're never going to be 100%, but you might be able to get to some point where you can live somewhat of a normal, productive life. You just have to be careful.
Yeah. Well, because I mean, not to get too deep into everything that happened, but I had surgery on my back to hopefully take some of the pressure off my legs because I had a whole bunch of pinched nerves. Essentially, just a big bundle of them was being pinched by a herniated disc. So they went in and essentially cleaned out all that disc that was in there. And it was supposed to be a quick in and out procedure. I went in and at like 6 o'clock in the morning, I was supposed to be discharged by no later than like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Little 2-hour procedure, and that was it. And be completely honest, I don't remember everything. There's a lot that I don't remember for the next like 3-4 days after my initial surgery. But essentially, I came out of my first surgery. They told me to try and get up and use the bathroom, and I fell on my way back from the bathroom. And when I did, they retested my strength, and I was in ridiculous amounts of pain. They retested my strength on my legs, and my right leg wasn't functioning right, like at all.
Damn.
And for the next 24-ish hours, I couldn't walk. Couldn't walk. I had to get help going to the bathroom. My wife had to give me, my wife actually, so the nurses took me to the shower, and my wife bathed me while I was at the hospital because I couldn't do anything, couldn't bend, twist, none of that shit. And like I said, I don't remember a lot of this, but apparently, like I said, it's supposed to be an outpatient procedure. They made me inpatient, stayed the night in the hospital. My pain continued to get worse and worse. My function in my right leg was almost completely gone. And my surgeon was nowhere to be found. So the nurses kept having to call him and try and get like medications prescribed for me, muscle relaxers, painkillers, anything that they could do to kind of either put me to sleep or get me out of a little bit of misery for a couple hours.
Yeah.
And my wife threw an absolute pissy fit because she was pissed because the surgeon hadn't seen me since the day prior.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a valid reason to be pissed, because typically, I've only had a couple surgeries in my life, that I can remember. Typically, the surgeon comes in and checks on you within a couple hours after, before, especially the outpatient one. Usually it's around the time you're waking up. Either the surgeon or a doctor, somebody's going to come in and check on you and kind of evaluate you and give you some info or whatever. So that's just kind of out there that nobody you could get. Like, this dude just went MIA.
Yep. So nurses were having to call him, and like you said, I mean, I went from outpatient to inpatient, which you would think that that'd be a pretty big red flag. You're like, hey, we should go check on this dude as a surgeon. But he came in and checked on me a little bit for a little bit after 24 hours post-op, and checked my muscle function, my leg function, and my ability to walk or lack thereof, and immediately said, I think you have a hematoma that's pushing on your spinal cord. I was like, okay, what's that mean? So essentially we have to have an emergency surgery. We got to go back in, cut you open, pull out all the blood clots and the fluid that's building up and pushing on your spinal cord, which is causing your leg to not work. I was like, okay. And my wife was essentially like, so that's going to fix the problem, all this, that, the other. And I got out of surgery the next morning at 01, right?
Yeah.
And leg function didn't come back until day 3. So essentially what we think happened, and what my neurosurgeon thinks happened, not my ortho surgeon, because he retired after my surgery, ironically. Interesting, isn't it?
That's a little suspect right there, man. I mean, that's
like I said, we're seeking some legal counsel on this. But
yeah, I don't blame you. I 100% would.
My said essentially the hematoma was left for long enough that they think it may have caused permanent damage to the nerves that run down my right leg. So I can't feel my foot most of the time. That numbness kind of walks up my leg. My right leg gives out all the time. So I'm using a walker to get around outside of the house. When I'm in the house, I just use my cane, and shit went so sideways so quick. I mean, what was supposed to be an in and out procedure ended up changing my life.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's completely. I remember talking to you leading up the day before, a little bit the day of, a little bit the day after. Because you were kind of in and out, obviously, with everything going on, and you were kind of updating me, and it was just like, damn, you go from, like you said, going in and supposedly being out of there by 2:00 in the afternoon to then, you're there for a couple of days. And I'm like, God damn, dude, like, what the fuck? Well, yeah, I mean, that's like a 180 life-changing thing, man. And, it's cool to hear that it sounds like for the most part, the military is doing right by you, because you hear so many horror stories from our vets and getting the proper, medical attention. And Tony, if Tony was here, he knows a lot more about that than I do, obviously, as a civilian. But, and he's a huge advocate for veterans' health and health rights and stuff like that, and making sure vets are taken care of. But, it sounds like for the most part, obviously you're going to have some hiccups along the way, but they seem to be doing right by you.
Yeah. Yeah, for the most part, I think that at least the people that I'm working with right now are all trying everything that they can to put a case together for me, so that I can get the highest rating for disability that I possibly can. And on top of that, because we're seeking some legal stuff on this, is making sure that we have multiple documentation saying what all happened and all this, that, and the other. Everybody's been really, really helpful. Surprisingly, my command has been very understanding of, hey, this guy's just not around. Like I don't go to work because I'm pointless. If I show up to work, I'll be sitting for 15 minutes, standing for 15 minutes. Then I got to lay down, and I'll be stoned the whole time, you know.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
they got me on so many drugs right now. I mean, my fucking hair's falling out, and I'm just so they're being really understanding about it and trying to help me however they can. Sending me to appointments, having me work with some vets in the local area, kind of trying to give me an idea of what my benefits will be like and how to take advantage of them the best that I can when I do get out. That way I'm taken care of and my family's taken care of. So I think that the negative kind of outlook on military medical, particularly as you get out and you retire, you go through the VA and all this, that, and the other. I mean, it all stems from Vietnam, right? You had dudes that came back from Vietnam and they were all toasted. They had no clue how they were going to go back into society. And the U.S. was just like, all right, back to work.
Yeah, it's just, those guys come back from Vietnam, and I mean, it happens to any of our soldiers who have seen combat or whatever, or had some kind of, traumatic experience serving. But our Vietnam vets, you see that the worst in them, they just came back. They were just mentally done, and they just like tossed them back into society and said, "Hey, you're on your own. Good luck."
Yeah, I mean, because, and I equate it to, I mean, I think about the Vietnam vets, and I think about my kind of my experience with my deployment to Afghanistan. Like, I was in Afghanistan, we got attacked, and 2 days later, I was on a plane back to Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And the very next day, on Christmas Eve, I was home with my family, and everybody expected me to be, hey, and I've got fucking 10, 15 people in one house that are asking me questions about, like, how's this, that, and the other, and I'm still like going to grocery stores looking around for threats.
Yeah, you haven't really had you said you guys fell under attack. You didn't really get time to process and deal with it accordingly. So, you're just like thrown right back into, civilian life. And most people, I'm assuming, just based off of, I have several friends that were vets and stuff like that. Whether, former bosses that served in Desert Storm or with the Iraq stuff and 9/11 and all that have served since. I don't think a lot of people understand that when shit goes down or when you see action, or if you're, something like that, and then you just come back home and you don't have time to process that fucks with your wiring.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And I don't think people that don't understand, they're just like, he should be fine. I don't know why he's acting weird. Yeah.
I mean, because therapists and all that will give you junk for days, but
yeah, they'll hit that certain quote.
You go from being in fight or flight mode for months on end for some of these guys who are like the active Army guys and the Marines. They go on year and a half long deployments. Mm-hmm. And you imagine being in Afghanistan, you get in a firefight, and then it's your time to go home, and you're home with your family 2, 3, 4 days later, and you have this re-assimilation process, or they give you like 2 weeks to re-assimilate into society. And then you're just expected to kind of not so much forget about it, but to be normal.
Yeah.
And like I was saying about the whole Vietnam thing, was like, you've got guys who they're in the military, they're taught to just suck this shit up. They just watch their buddy get shot in the head, and they're sitting here, they've got a fucking blown off leg, or they've got traumatic brain injuries and concussions, and they don't know where they're at sometimes. And they they expected them to just kind of go back into society. And that's where the VA kind of came in. And you got all these horror stories about how nobody was getting help, or there were so many people that needed help that couldn't get it. And I think, as sad as it is, I think that's taught the United States, at least, I believe, for the most part, that's not how that really works anymore. Like, after watching how all of our Vietnam vets struggle, and I mean, even Desert Storm, guys that came back from the 90s and were just tossed up and then went straight back into Afghanistan after 9/11.
Yeah.
And I think that our country, for the most part, has learned a lesson and has tried to make it so that we can kind of come back, and it's not going to be a snap back just right like that, as much as it's just going to be, hey, what can we do? What can we do to help? What therapist can we send you to? Okay, you had a surgery that went sideways. Listen, I know people here, and here. My neurosurgeon's been great because he wasn't a part of my surgery. Like I said, the guy who did my surgery, he medically retired shortly after I had my surgery. But my neurosurgeon he's been awesome. I mean, he's like, listen, your situation is fucked. I mean, it sucks. There's nothing we can do about it. But, in the future, as we come up on these other surgeries, we're coming up on a fusion. I know you're going to need that within the next 3, 4, 5 years. There's also this implant that you can get for your spinal cord. It's kind of like a pacemaker and this, that, and the other. I know people out in Ohio and Kentucky and Tennessee, and I recommend these doctors. And I think that kind of mentality comes from the failures of the past for the military and the VA and what we've done to our veterans in the past.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was just in the last, I would say probably, just again on the outside looking in, in the last 10 years or so, it seems like there's been a massive improvement. And I know, love him or hate him, depending, no matter who you voted for, whatever. When Trump was in office, he made the veterans, not only veterans, but active duty military, a high priority.
Yeah.
Which is good to see, because if anybody fucking deserves it, it's you guys at the end of the day. Unfortunately, I didn't serve, but I've always been a huge supporter of our military and our, coming from a family of vets and stuff like that. It's like, they should be, you guys should be taking care of, the best possible way you can without any questions asked, at the end of the day. So
Yeah.
It's good to hear that, this is twice now in the existence of this show that we've heard good stories about the VA and about, with Jordan when we were supporting her going through everything she was going through, and having her on and getting to hear her story. That's two people. Well, I'm close to you, but got close to Jordan and stuff like that through that process of her dealing with the cancer and everything like that. And I'm mad because now she's in Charleston, punk.
Lucky motherfucker.
Okay. But that's good that, for the most part, you're getting taken care of. And, obviously you're going to have the physical issues and everything like that moving forward. If you don't mind me asking, how are you doing? And you can go into in depth as much as you want or as little as you want. How are you doing mentally? I know you and I don't talk quite as much as we used to, but we used to talk quite a bit.
Yeah.
How are you doing mentally?
Well, I mean, kind of like you said, I mean, physically, or how we kind of mentioned it, it's my whole life changed over the course of 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a year ago, I was just talking to my buddy last night. He called me. He just he got out of the Army 9 months ago, and we're talking. Like, hey man, dude, a year ago we were in Korea together, working a security mission for stuff, and like, you were completely healthy. like you would have never known. Like I busted out a 12-mile ruck like it was nothing. 50, 70 pounds on my back with a saw and with a 20, 30 pound weapon on my front. And I would just bust through that shit like a mean motherfucker.
Yeah.
Because I was badass. And I got home and this health issue kind of started to come up. And I was like, man, this shit's starting to really suck a little bit. Like, how can I get help? And they tried to help me and things kind of went sideways. And over the course of literally 3 days, I went from an able-bodied dude who was in pain, but just kind of wanted some relief, to somebody who was in such excruciating pain that I literally can't go by without narcotics. And it's extremely difficult mentally to kind of look at my life and where I kind of came from and my time in the military and everything that I've gone through and been through and that I've been perfectly healthy for. And what seems like, I mean, life and death experiences, and come out of it scot-free, and then come back and be with my family. And then once I get with my family and finally get a chance to be a dad and play ball with my kids and go out back and go running with them and be active with them. Like I'm out here in El Paso in Texas, and right across from us is New Mexico, and they've got mountains, and I love hiking. Before we went to Korea, I've got pictures of us going up the Oregon Needle, which is a mountain out in New Mexico, and it's the hardest hiking trail that in New Mexico. It's a pain in the ass, but I've got pictures of us going up that, and it was easy.
Mm-hmm.
And now I can't even step foot on that mountain. I couldn't even come close to it. So I mean, it's hard to kind of process and kind of mourn what was for my physical health to now. I mean, when I feel like I should be, I'm getting out of the military now, I should be spending time with my kids, playing with them. My eldest son's about to start playing baseball this upcoming week. And I mean, he wants to go outside and play catch all the time. And I can only play catch for about like 5 minutes before I start hurting so bad I got to go inside.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's really, really tough. But like I said, they're doing a really good job of providing me with sources to help me with that. I go to cognitive behavioral therapy, and I go see a whole different therapist for my combat related stress and all that, and because I'm still trying to reassimilate from that and get some of that shit so that I can kind of live normally. But on top of that, now we're throwing in, hey, your whole life changed to the toss of a dime.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're doing a good job at trying to help me out, but it is extremely, extremely stressful.
Oh, I can imagine. I can only imagine how stressful it is. Not only being a father myself and having 3 kids. Granted, my kids are a little bit older than yours, but I couldn't imagine waking up tomorrow and not even being like, we went on vacation a couple weeks back, and we went down to Hocking Hills, here in and just to be able to like go to the beach, like we went to the beach every day. The beach was like a minute from our cottage, so we went to the beach every day. Of course, we went to the caves and stuff like that. And just to have that taken away from you in a blink of an eye, I couldn't even imagine, especially as a father who is, knowing you, like I know you've always been, an active part of your kids' lives. So to have that taken away, I can only imagine the stress and the mental weight that's kind of put on your shoulders now. That's why I said, hopefully, as time goes on, fortunately for you, you are still pretty young.
Oh yeah.
So as time goes on, they might get you. Obviously, I don't think and you'll ever be 100% again, but get you to a point where you can get outside for more than 5 minutes and play ball with the kids, or, be able to, maybe you're not going to go mountain climbing anymore, but you might be able to go, on a trail and hike or something like that. I hold out hope for that. And it sounds like they've got the right people in your corner right now for you to get you taken care of and get you where you need to be.
Yeah, that's the hope, and kind of like with my neurosurgeries, the damage to your nerves is probably permanent, but there are surgeries, there are things that we might be able to do to get rid of at least your pain. Maybe not bring your function back, but we can teach you how to live with a little less function in your leg.
Yeah.
It's impossible to teach anybody to live with chronic pain to the point where you're on narcotics 24/7.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, it's not necessarily, like you said, you can learn how to function with the nerve damage and whatnot. It's not necessarily the nerve damage that's holding you back. It's that pain. When like you said, you could rock out a 12-mile hike like it was, or run or whatever like it was nothing. Now you can't even walk out in the backyard and stand up and throw a baseball, without being so much pain. So when they get that to a point where that pain's not fucking with you and afflicting you as bad, as much as I like to say that physical therapists are freaking demons, and they, I mean, they're monsters. I've never had anything like you've dealt with, but I've busted up my shoulder pretty bad, and my knee and stuff like that. And if it wasn't for those physical therapists like pushing me, I would have never gotten back to where I am today. Even though it was it hurt like hell, and I wanted to strangle them every time I went in there.
Oh, God.
But
I've been to.
No, it does. It sucks seeing you like this because, like I said, you and I were fortunate enough to get to work together, and I got to know you, and I've gotten to know you over the last few years. And it's so wild for me seeing you like this. It's like, you're a complete 180 from who you used to be. I know that guy's still there, but you're dealing with a lot of shit, and it all came out of nowhere so fast. So
I try and keep it as positive as I can. I mean, I joke with my wife about being crippled and hey, we're going to get the close handicap parking now, like all this.
Look at the positive.
If you can't joke about it, you give it way too much power over you.
Yeah, exactly. Just think, if you guys go to Disney, you'll get right up to the front of the line on all the rides. You don't have to
I'm telling you. Disney, speaking of Disney has a whole resort, or not resort, but a whole like hotel thing where you can stay at that resort. It is a resort. Yeah. You can stay at that resort. It's only military personnel and Gold Star family and retired military. So if you are a retired military, if you, God forbid, you're a Gold Star family member, or if you're active military, you can go to Disney and you can stay at that resort, which I've been there. It's pretty nice, for $100 a night. And I don't know if you know how expensive Disney is.
Yeah, we took the kids, when my ex-wife and I were together, we took the kids to Disney one year, and we stayed at one of the resorts. It was the animation resort. And we were there for a week, and I think just the resort stay itself was like $3,000.
Yeah.
I was just staying at the resort. That didn't include going to the park 3 days or 4 days. We went to the parks and everything.
Passes and all this other shit we're gonna nickel and dime you with, and then the dinners and but we're kind of trying to look at it in a positive light. Kind of like we were talking briefly, you and I were talking briefly the other night on your live. I'm going to get a good amount of disability in the form of a paycheck, but I don't know what my ability to work is going to be like.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a drawback, but I mean, I won't tell you any numbers yet, but I'm not going to be hurting for cash.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
like, and you don't ever have to put any numbers out there on this show or anything like that. But yeah, that's the other good thing. And that was one thing that I was me personally worried about you with, was like, fuck, man, because you go from being active duty and again, I don't know what the pay is like in the military or whatever, but you go from a 2 income to now with everything going on with you, or and now it's like, well, now I'm going to be on disability for the rest of my life. And again, you've heard those horror stories where somebody gets hurt at work and they go on disability and they get 40% of what their check was or something like that. So it's like, okay, so I went from making $1,000 a week to now I'm making, $600 a week or whatever the math is. And you wouldn't think, oh, $400. That's not, well, that $400 makes a huge difference when you take that pay cut, especially if you got car payments or rent or house payment and your utilities and everything like that. You're accustomed to living a certain type of way. Then you have to start cutting back. That was one of the things that I was worried about for you guys. But, with that, you said, you guys won't be hurting. So that's kind of that's good to hear. That's good to hear that you're not going to be put in a bad situation because of it. Or a worse situation.
The only part about it that does make me nervous when it comes to like financial stuff is how sorry, I heard one of my kids crying. Is just the horror stories that you hear about how long it takes the VA to pay people. And how sometimes they miss payments. And if something like that were to happen, Nikki can go back to work. My wife, Nikki, not your fiance, Nikki. Nikki can go back to work, and once we start getting paid from the VA, she's planning on going and finishing her degree, getting her BSN. But she, thankfully, was active military as well. She was active Air Force. Yeah. So she gets the GI benefits. So she gets the 9/11 GI Bill. She gets her all of her tuition paid for, and then they give her a housing stipend every month.
Oh, nice.
I don't think that we're ever going to be so strapped for cash that we're, destitute. Yeah. We're not going to be living a life of luxury, but, we're not going to be falling apart, I don't think.
Yeah, exactly. And, like you guys were talking, or like we were talking Saturday night when I was live and stuff, and you were saying about wanting to come back home to Ohio. And in the grand scheme of things, excuse me, you guys might not necessarily want to, but it might be beneficial to be close to family and stuff like that too. Mm-hmm. Especially, helping out with the kids. And if she goes back to work, because, there's only going to be so much that you're going to be able to do with 3 kids, on your own, during the day. So having that family, that support system would be extremely beneficial and take a huge amount of stress and stuff off of both of your shoulders, especially if she does go back to work, or even while she's in school, for that fact. I mean, we all know how stressful college and stuff can be just in general when you don't have kids, or you're not worrying about bills or anything else like that. That's stressful as fuck, period. So plus Ohio sucks, but I mean, I'm here, so
Ohio sucks, but I mean, it doesn't.
I think my thing was just I wanted to be out of here so bad growing up, and I finally got out, and then I got drugged back, and everything that I left behind in Charleston with the job and the house and everything that I had down there, that was a real kick in the stomach, because I worked so hard for it and dug myself out of the gutter and basically had to start all over again. But now it's like, I got a good job. The kids are here. Nikki's here. And it's like, it's not so bad. Now we're starting to discover things that I haven't done in years, like going to Hocking Hills and looking at other we can do during the summer or winter and stuff like that. And it's like, it's not so bad. There are actually things to do around here that, can.
Ohio, I mean, I grew up in Ohio too, but it wasn't back in the Stone Age. We were having a run from saber-toothed tigers with.
Look, you made a man out of me. I got my first kill when I was just 4 years old.
But Ohio is such a, I don't want to say moderate, but because it is a little bit left, but it was such a unique and diverse place to grow up in. Whereas my wife, Nikki, grew up in super, super stupid small town, Illinois.
Yeah.
And all she knew was that little town, and that little town was full of nothing but family. Like, to the point where you got to ask who you're related to before you start dating.
Yeah.
That I look back and I start to appreciate, my high school was huge, and maybe there were some students that got lost in the sauce, and not every teacher gets to be one-on-one with everybody. But I got to see a racial diversity, a religious diversity, just people that, I mean, you wouldn't see other places, that come together and are genuinely just good people. And outside of that, people can bullshit all they want and say there's nothing to do in Ohio. But if you think there's nothing to do in Ohio, you don't know what you're talking about.
You're not trying. If you're a sports fan, we have all four majors. We got 2 football teams, 2 baseball teams, a basketball team, a hockey team. You got the Buckeyes, the Clippers, the Columbus Crew. We got, professional soccer. If you're a soccer fan, there's sports for days. If you're into, music, we have music venues everywhere. If you want to go and stuff like that, there's so many nature trails and places like that. You can go camping and everything. If you're into the arts, we have the arts here. We got great food here. Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot to do in Ohio. Even growing up here, like there's things that I forgot we had. And I'm like, oh yeah, we got 2 of the biggest, or 2 of the top-rated theme parks in the country, right here in Ohio, in Kings Island and Cedar Point. So the Columbus Zoo, the world famous Columbus Zoo. So there's plenty to do around here. That's for sure. I mean, and if you say there's nothing to do, then you're not trying. So,
speaking of the zoo, I used to think that the Columbus Zoo being, quote, world famous was just bullshit, and they're just hyping it up to be, extra and bring more people. The Columbus Zoo is one of the largest zoos and one of the most diverse zoos in the world.
Yeah. And a lot has to do with Jack Hanna. So
he's got some things, I guess, that happened.
I think everybody has some things that happen. Oh yeah, don't forget, if you're a golf fan, we have the freaking Memorial Day tournament at Jack Nicklaus or Nicholson or whatever.
God, yeah. He's
from here, so we got that once, a couple times a year. We have a legit PGA.
We used to have LeBron James.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of things to do here. There's plenty of things. There's, it's just one of those things. It's Ohio.
I will say the price of houses right now, particularly in Ohio, because we've been looking here, there, and everywhere. I mean, we've been looking Kentucky, Tennessee, Illinois, Indiana. We even looked so far as Minnesota, and then my wife was like, I don't want to do a Minnesota winter. And I was like, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But the house that I grew up in, my parents bought it in 99. Hey, buddy.
Want to see all my new Pokemon I got?
You got new Pokemon?
Dope ass shirt.
That one, and that one, and I got these.
All right. Okay. You got some shiny ass Pokemons.
But I have one more.
Him and his friend. You got a gold card Pokemon, whatever that means. Him and his friends were trading.
And I have a bunch of more in here.
All right. You left with like 6 pages of Pokemon, and you came home with like 30 pages of Pokemon. I feel like your friends got the raw end of the deal. That or they're way smarter than you, and they're like, "Oh, Cash has got this Pokemon. I'm going to go ahead and give him this whole set of."
There's a $10,000 Pokemon card. This kid doesn't know what he's doing. Sure, yeah, you can have this deck.
Yeah, here's 40 for that one. Okay, he doesn't care about. He just likes to have them. He doesn't know anything. I don't know anything about him either.
One of the biggest heartbreaks of my life was, I think that Nikki and I have been married for 2, maybe 3 years, and I had a Nintendo 64, gray boxy one with the purple buttons on it.
Yeah.
And I had with it Super Mario Brothers, and one more Mario game. And the original Super Mario with Nintendo 64. And while I was overseas, she asked me if she could sell it. And I was like, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Let me ask my brother. And he was like, yeah, just make sure she doesn't get a raw deal on it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I told her that, and I was like, make sure you do some research first, blah, blah, blah. And I got back and I was like, hey, how much you sell it for? And she said, I bought like 3 or 4 games from GameStop for PlayStation 3.
Never take games to GameStop. They're the biggest crooks on the planet when it comes to trade-ins and shit like that.
Dude, it was, and now I look up how much that was worth. I mean, it was $500-$600.
Mm-hmm.
And she just threw it away. Oh my God.
I got a back in the day baseball cards, and I don't know if you can still do this, but you could buy it was like a log, it was like a cardboard box, but it was kind of shaped like a log. And you could buy a complete series or set. I've got one from 92 or 93. The box is still sealed. I've never opened it. I would love to take it to a card dealer or a card collector and see, A, how much is this worth unopened, or B, let's open it up and see what we can find and see what we got.
Hang on. Hold that thought.
So, because I'm sure there's some gems in there, but I've had it since I was a kid, and it's just gone with me everywhere I've gone. I don't know how I've held on to it for as long as I have, but
You had a log?
yeah. Well, yeah. I used to collect baseball cards. I used to have stuff like that too.
This is a combination of cards that I collected when I was a kid and cards that my dad collected when he was a kid.
Nice.
Including hockey cards because I'm a nerd.
But
No, I've got these things in sleeves. I've still got the plastic boxes for the special ones that I wanted to keep together.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking pre-sleeved cards. I don't even know who that is. I'm sure you know who it is. From 1905 or something like that. I don't know. But
it was old.
Listen, you held the tablets so that Moses could stencil them in, okay?
Don't worry about it. I got fond memories of my back in the day. Yeah. But I told him after he smashed the first set that I wasn't holding them again. No, like I said, it's a top. I think it's a Tops or something like that. But It's never been opened, so all the cards in there, all the packages, they probably still have the damn gum in it. Never opened it, and for some fucking reason, I've held on to it and kept it all these years. Like I said, I'd be curious to see what a trader would give me for the box unopened, or be like, let's open this and see what's in it and see what the value is of some of the cards, because I'm sure there's some fucking gems in there. No, maybe I'll get around to it one day. maybe I'll find a card in there.
The longer you sit on those, it's like a house. The longer you sit on those, the more they increase in value.
Yeah, maybe I'll find a card worth $500,000 and just be like,
that house that I grew up in, my parents bought it for $150 grand. Mm-hmm. It's on Zillow right now for $375,000.
Oh, I believe it, dude.
It's a 3-bed, 2-bath house in 1,400 square feet in the suburbs.
In Johnstown, just outside of New Albany. I don't know if I want to open it, Golf.
Oh, no. Can you hear me?
What's that?
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay. Sorry, my computer just did some fucking... Sorry.
But in Johnstown, houses in the new addition, these houses are all ranches. They're on slabs. I think the biggest one down there is like 1,300 square foot, 1 bedroom, 3 baths, quote unquote. These houses are going for $200,000-300,000, and that's because since you've left, they were putting in Facebook and Google and everything by Abercrombie and whatnot. Well, now Intel's going in. They're putting in this multi-billion-dollar fucking command center, and it's right outside of Johnstown. So, I mean, there's houses in Johnstown, in the newer section that originally when they were built, they were $200,000. Now they're $700,000-800,000. It's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I'm going to stay right here in Newark and just be done with it, because, they want $2,000 a month in rent for these houses in the new addition, these little tiny ranches. And that's what my parents grew up in, or where my parents grew up at. But I can get a 4-bedroom, 2.5, full basement, 2-car garage house with a yard, Princeton, and everything for rent for like $1,700 a month here in Newark. Where if I was to rent that in Johnstown, I'd be paying like $3,000 a month. Shit don't make no damn.
You need to show me some of these houses out in Newark.
Well, like I said, you guys come out. You guys come back out this way, man, and you want to. I mean, because Columbus is, depending upon where you're at in Columbus, I'm sure you've looked. It's going to be hit or miss, but the cheaper side of Columbus is going to be in the not so great areas, and the more expensive sides. But I mean, Newark is cool because, man, like literally everything's right fucking here. I'm 20 minutes from New Albany, 45 minutes from downtown Columbus. But shit, I don't ever go to Columbus anymore. Not since I quit working at OSU.
Yeah.
So,
well, downtown's fun to go down there Christmas time. I love driving downtown during Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's beautiful. I like to drive through Powell and Dublin and see the lights out there. Oh, they're always gorgeous because they're all rich as fuck, but snooty ass motherfuckers.
Yeah, no, it's they're nice areas. Just really expensive.
Yeah.
Really expensive to live there.
Just a little bit, but yeah. We're looking in Columbus, kind of like you mentioned. I mean, we'll be closer to family. I mean, I've got future surgeries coming up, and having some help's gonna be nice.
Yeah,
because we were looking at Lexington, Kentucky, because Lexington's gorgeous. I love visiting, but it's 3.5 hours away from my parents and 3.5 hours away from her mom.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I would love to live out there, but we wouldn't have any help. I don't know how long we're going to need help. So,
well, yeah, that's going to be the thing. I mean, like I said, that's ultimately going to be the big game changer right there is just having that actual built-in support system right here in Ohio. And it's going to make that recovery and everything else, that much easier and that much faster for you, hopefully in the long run. But we do need to take a real quick break. We'll come back with more of Connor, the return of Connor. Hit this. I got to pay some bills, quote unquote, Connor.
Pay some bills. Oh, and when we get back, let me tell you, I have some things to say about our favorite liquid drink.
Oh. I don't want to hear you say anything unless you use the promo code.
Unless I use what?
Unless you use the promo code.
Mm-hmm. Well, my mother-in-law bought it from the store because I needed it because I was ill. And I was dehydrated as hell. And she's like, I'm going to go to the store. And this was yesterday. She's like, I'm going to go to the store. I'm going to go pick you something up, see if we can't get something to hydrate you and all the other things. And she comes back with liquid IV. And I was like, damn it. Like you could have gone online, got 20% off with Words Are Hard as a promo code. You know that, right? And she was like, well, you wouldn't have gotten it for another 4 or 5 days. I was like, okay. But no joke, I chugged a liquid IV, and within the next hour and a half, my headache was gone. I felt superb.
See that right there? That's two real life testimonials about liquid IV from two guys on this show who drink it. I drink it every day, and since I've started drinking it, it's especially like I said, going to the gym and drinking and stuff on the weekends, dude, it's amazing. It's amazing. I freaking love it. And with that being said, go ahead and cue this up, and then like I said, I discovered a new artist, so we're gonna play his song because I told him we'd play it tonight.
You what?
What's going on, guys? It's Nonsensical Nonsense. And just recently, I decided to start going back to the gym. I was getting a little on the heavy side and needed to slim down, get my body right, get my mind right, all that jazz. And I noticed myself feeling just a little blah after workouts. And I came to the realization that I wasn't hydrating properly. Now, we all think we drink plenty of water, or we get some of those fancy sports drinks, but that doesn't quite cut it. Thankfully, our good friends at Liquid IV had my back. Did you know that in just one stick, mixed with 16 ounces of water, you get 5 essential vitamins like B3, B5, B6, B12, and vitamin C. It also hydrates twice as fast as water alone and has 3 times the amount of electrolytes of those overpriced sports drinks. And they come in convenient packaging. You can simply throw them in your gym bag, your fanny pack, slip them in the side of your socks. Super easy to take anywhere you go. And it'll make you feel great. Rejuvenates you, makes you feel energized, and definitely takes away those gym blahs, that is for sure. And with 12 great flavors, you can never go wrong. You got flavors like strawberry lemonade, Concord grape, lemon lime, pina colada, and many more. So go ahead and head on over to liquidiv.com. Use Words Are Hard and get 20% off at checkout. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code Words Are Hard at liquidiv.com.
I think Glick tapped out, but we're going to go on a little break here. I don't have control over it, so I'm just going to go blank. And when Chris gets back in here, we are going to get back to it. I'll play some guitar and wait on him.
Well, that was exciting.
Was that your break? I'm confused.
Yeah, no, my internet just like as soon as I started playing it, just like 100% just fucking dropped. Let's try that again because I don't know if I got it or not.
You did play the ad.
I did play the ad.
Yeah, we got the liquid IV up there. Just to kind of reiterate, because it was kind of quiet. Use the promo code words are hard at I don't know the website for liquid IV.
liquidiv.com. Words are hard, 20% off your entire order. Yeah, the ad's a little quiet, and that's what I was trying to adjust the mic, and then I just watched all my internet just drop, and I'm like, oh, you got to be fucking kidding me. So, anywho, we're gonna play a little bit of music. As I said, I was live Saturday night on TikTok, and a young man came into my live, and typically I don't play music when requested, but he said, hey, man, can you play my song? I said, sure, why not? And first couple notes, I was like, I'm in. I'm hooked. So
he was
guys, check out a new friend of the show. He'll be on sometime soon. One Mr. D Wet.
Walls close in, I'm holding on till my nails break. I wish that life had a fail safe. A little lever is something that would be clever. Something to rewind time where everything will be better. Living no stress, technology is limited. I know that y'all are laughing, but I just wanna live primitive. Holding on to hope that we could finally just live again. I'm trying to raise the spark, I'm the Flint, no Michigan. Fear binds us, anger only blinds us. Love is the only thing real, take off your blinders. I'd be remiss if I ain't need a reminder. Should get intense, emotions put on a timer. But I'ma stand strong, hold on till the light from the dawn start to mix with the night sky. And if you ever see me down and out, I hope you never have a doubt. Pick me up, and I'ma do likewise. If you ever need a hand, a friend, call me to lean on. I've been in your position before, it's hard to be strong. Time move fast, they can heal or destroy you. It's hard to find love, and not many people are loyal. But if your disposition is slipping, just take a breath for me. Let me try to lighten the load, just leave the rest for me. We all lost, taking a ride, trying to hold on to love and my pride on this side. Well, I'm just, yeah. Walls close in, I'm holding on till the fear stop. All my demons within earshot. They telling lies, make us think with things that we're not. But hold on, don't ever let a single tear drop. See, back then it was innocence, we'd run around. Didn't ever think the time to grow up would come around. You start to age and all your feelings hidden underground. It's hard to find your balance, see the light through these ups and downs, peaks and valleys. We all travel the course, everybody fall. The trick is getting back on your horse. All these bumps and bruises gonna hurt, but the lesson is eventually you'll laugh. Looking back with a pleasantness, decipher all the messages the universe has and live a good life, cause really this is all that you have. Take an opportunity and grab, and live your dream, cause hold on, things ain't really that bad. Until then, I'm just
There you go. The Nonsensical Nonsense debut of our new friend D Wet with his new single, "Holding On." Kid was cool. I mean, I want to call him a kid because I'm sure he's younger than me. I don't mean to disrespect him. Cat was cool, man. He came in and hung on the TikTok. We shot the shit. He was in the chat. Played a few of his songs. He's got another one that I want to get download that I want to play as well on here. But I told him, I said, we'll play your music if you're cool with that. And I think I kind of took him by surprise. He was kind of speechless. He didn't know what to say. But hopefully we'll have him on the show. Welcome back to Nonsensical Nonsense, everybody. We got Connor in the house. Connor's back in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Where the words are hard and the energy is harder.
Yeah. And of course, you know me. I'm Glick. If you're not already, check out them socials: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Hang out with us live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, 7 p.m. on YouTube. Get in the chatter's box. Shoot the shit with us. Don't be shy. And if you can't listen to us live, or if you miss a show and you want to get caught up, or if you're just feeling nostalgic, go ahead and check us out on Zencaster and everywhere you listen to podcasts at, all at Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast. You know the drill. Give us a follow, give us a like, give us a listen, and don't forget to give us a share. We'd greatly appreciate that. We won't forget about the ones who was on the ground floor when we was coming up, because things are starting to happen around here, and I'm getting excited again, man. I'm starting to get real excited with I talked to another potential guest today. She's going to be a little bit different than what our show is. She does like paranormal and spiritual healing and whatnot. It's kind of more in my wheelhouse, but I think she'll be a good guest. I think she'll be fun to kind of interact with and talk to. And of course, we got Scumbags coming up. Dizzy will probably be back again sometime. We had fun. We had a real good time with Dizzy last Monday night. Of course, Steven's going to be back. We had fun hanging out with him. So, we're starting to, and then I had a really good time hanging out with the Q4U podcast guys Friday. I'll be back on their show again, and I'm gonna get those guys on here as well. So lots of things are going on, man. We got a few sponsors. Just picked up a new sponsor Saturday. Well, potentially two new sponsors Saturday. One being W Energy Drink, DUBBY. Guys, go ahead and check them out. W.GG. Use our promo code. Get you 10% off your entire order. But they're a new powdered energy drink. Jitterless. There's no crash. And they don't have all the unhealthy bullshit in them like all the other Monsters and Red Bull and stuff like that. They're actually somewhat good for you, I guess. I got my order in. So I'll be doing a live review on the show as soon as my package gets here. But definitely looking forward to doing the partnership with them. And then I got another potential one. I don't want to say anything until it's 100%, but it's with a beard product company. So
I'm getting close. Listen.
I mean, it only makes sense that we have a beard company that sponsors that does a sponsorship on the show, because hello.
What we need is, I actually grew out a beard while I was on convalescent leave. I was on con leave. I've been in and out of work here for like the last couple weeks, but I was on con leave for like 3.5 months, and I grew out a nice full beard, and I was fucking loving it.
Nice.
And then they gave me a CPAP machine. And that is the most uncomfortable feeling, is having the fucking mask push your beard hair back into your face all fucking night. And all I want to do is itch it and scratch it and move around, and it fucks up the seal. And so that's why I shaved it, and now all I got is a mustache.
You need to get one of those ones that just like go over your nose. Have you seen those?
Yeah, but the problem is I'm a mouth breather. So yeah, they were like, we're going to give you the pilot mask.
You get to feel like Maverick every night.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what you
randomly wake up
Goose. I ain't Goose yet. I'm still alive.
No, I said, do you wake up screaming Goose because you're Maverick?
Oh no.
Goose. Oh, wait, sorry. Still not Tom Cruise, God damn it.
Way taller and more handsome and heavier.
Check. I did the fact checking. That seems to be 100% true.
I gotta say, I feel gorgeous. That's a lie.
It's all how we feel, man.
Dude, I came back from Korea, which was September last year. Came back from Korea at 195 pounds. And I was looking, feeling fucking good. I mean, dicking her down. I'm feeling proud of it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, your husband is fucking sexy. And then this shit happened to me, dude. Now I'm at 260, and I'm just like, I fucking hate myself so much.
I know the feeling, man. I knew I was starting to get a little heavy again. I stepped on the scale, and I was pushing 300, and I was like, fuck. So I started going back to the gym. I haven't really gotten into my full routine yet because I got busy doing stuff last week. So I only went like 3 days last week. I haven't gone yet this week. Now, granted, it is only Monday, but I haven't gone yet this week. So that's kind of why we pushed back the start time on the show. One of the reasons was because I get home from work and then I feel rushed, especially when the kids are in school and stuff. And I'm like, I'm rushing, trying to get dinner made, trying to get the kids' homework done, do this, that, and the other thing, go to the gym, take a shower, whatever. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to bump it back to 7, give me a little bit more time. And then at the same time, that 7 to 10 window seems to be better for us as well, as far as live viewers and stuff like that. It seems to be a little bit better. I am sorry for our listeners across the pond. I do apologize. I know it's like 2:00 in the morning over there for you guys, but shout out to you guys who come in here regardless and at least say what's up or say, hey, I got you out in the background while I'm sleeping. I'm glad that we put you to sleep. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but
that's got to be Jeff.
Well, Jeff's only an hour behind us.
No, that's got to be Jeff putting him to sleep.
Probably.
He just sits there in the corner and giggles.
Well, it's been a little rocky the last few weeks, but I got mad respect and love for Tony because he's here and same with Jeff, but it's gotten a little rocky the last couple of weeks. We've had a couple little tiffs and speed bumps in the road, but nonetheless, they're still here. So.
As they should be,
but that's what I was going to say to you, man. I don't know what your schedule's like or anything like that. Like with the kids and everything like that. But if you wanted to start coming on here more often and give you something to do, so you're not, like again, I don't know. But kind of take your mind off things for a little bit. You want to start coming on here on a more regular basis, dude, you are always welcome.
Absolutely.
I love having you on here. I love chit chatting with you. I love hanging out with you. And you always add to the show, which is always good. Well, you're welcome, Mistro Le Duck. To your voice.
We went from lovely Lady May to maybe Tyler Childers gay.
Maestro Le Duck.
Is that person new?
No, that's Mark. Mark's the guy over in England.
Oh,
he's an OG man. He's been he's from my Periscope days.
You said Mark from across the pond, and I knew you were talking about.
Yeah, that's his alter ego, Maestro Le Duck.
Maestro Le Duck.
He's a duck fucker.
Ooh.
I'm not here to judge. It's 2023, to each their own.
Don't get me started on Afghanistan, man. Those goats get pretty.
There ain't nothing wrong with it. Hey, whatever. I'm here for the people. I'm the people's champ.
I'm the people's champ.
Chris,
what are you doing? Nothing. Don't worry about
it. Nothing at all. Nothing to see here.
What's going on underneath the desk, Chris?
Oh, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm working on my OnlyFans content.
Oh, Christ.
I have the worst OnlyFans content creator on the planet. I have one, and I keep getting emails. It's been 14 days since your last post. It's been 20 days since your last post. Your fans are
get me on there shooting quarters. We'll get it. We'll get those numbers bumped up.
All the more reason for you to come back to Ohio.
Dude, like I said, I mean, I would love to come back to Ohio, but at the same, kind of like you, I would also kind of hate to come back to Ohio.
Yeah. No, it was like I said, it was very bittersweet to come back here. But now that I'm here and I'm getting reestablished, and things are starting to kind of settle down, and you know, you know, it's not so bad. It was those first couple years, you know, and the uncertainty with the kids, and now I have the kids. You know, I have the kids full time now. So you know, they're with me outside right now because it's summertime. So in the summertime, it's a week on and a week off. But during the school year, they're with me Monday through Friday. And then they're with their mom on the weekends. So you know, things are you know, getting to a good point. And you know, now I'm not like, I'm here, it's okay, I guess. And we've talked about, you know, potentially buying a house, but with the potential of, even after Cash is out of high school and moves out, still talking about moving back down south. And then what do we do if we buy a house? Do we sell it, or do we turn it into a rental property? You know what I mean? So it's like, now I got to try to figure that next part of life out, you know, because I know I got to.
If you live in Charleston, then you got to be good at swimming, because every night at high tide, that shit goes underwater. Charleston is a flood zone.
I mean, downtown Charleston is, you know, Charleston is below sea level. And yeah, when I worked down there at Orchid, I've said it on here before, you know, I'd pull up to a customer downtown, like on the Battery or whatever, which is right on the water, and streets would be dry, and I'd come out from doing the service, and I'd be in water would be almost up to my fucking door on my truck, because high tide rolled in.
Yeah,
and it was just like, okay.
Respectfully, I think I'm going to leave the pond right where it is.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with not moving across the pond.
Listen, we can. I will never be one to be super happy about talking politics and all this, that, and the other. But in the end, I don't care that much. Like, sure, maybe I liked some presidents more than others. Maybe I like some things more than others, but I would rather stay here with all this bullshit than go across the pond. I've been to Europe. I don't want to go stay there.
I mean,
it's nice over here too when it's not raining 2 days out of the year.
Yeah, I would like to visit certain parts of Europe and stuff like that, but I think that's about the extent of it. But you know, I think I said it Friday night on the Q for You podcast. You know, people want to talk politics and argue politics and this, that, and the other thing. And since I've been a quote unquote adult, I say quote unquote because legal age of adulthood or whatever, there has, no matter who is in office, there has been nothing in my life that has changed other than maybe gas is a little bit higher. Maybe I spend a little bit more money when I go to the grocery store. Maybe I pay a little bit more in taxes, but nothing life-changing has ever affected me by who was in office. So I don't care. Yeah, like you said, I might like some people better than I like other people, but at the end of the day, you're really not affecting my life that much. I don't
See,
smoke.
that makes me want to come visit you, Mark. But again, visit and stay are two different things.
But enough beer to start a brewery. I mean, you guys drink piss warm, gross beer.
That's true. Unless it's Irish beer, I don't want it.
I like my beer ice cold. And I don't like weed. I'm a meth guy.
I'm a meth guy. Words are hard for you, Glick, today. Are you having a stroke? Nah, I took meth earlier.
Meth. That's why we don't do the show on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Those are my meth days.
I like
shut your whore mouth. and you also drink your tea warm and it's unsweetened. I like.
See, Chris, this is where cultured versus uncultured. You've been around for a long time. Don't get me wrong. I realized that you were there when the meeting with Sitting Bull happened, but it doesn't change the fact that you haven't been. Hot tea is actually phenomenal. First of all,
hot tea is disgusting. You're a savage.
Well, that's because you haven't had good hot tea. You took
Lipton.
You put Lipton. Don't lie to me. You put Lipton inside of a boiling cup of water, and you were like, "Man, this sucks." No, English fuckers are weird.
No. I used to go to the when I lived out in Charleston. There was a tea plantation down there, and I would go down there and get tea. And I would they had all the flavored teas. My ex-wife was into that. Nikki likes that stuff too. I just don't like warm tea, and it's got to be sweetened. Like I'll get a flavored tea, but I still got to have 17 cups of sugar in a 32-ounce tea.
You can't drink black coffee, can you?
I don't like coffee at all.
See, all right, yeah,
I don't like coffee at all, man.
Dude, I had so much respect for you, man.
Some people drink coffee in the morning to get their day started. I have a Pepsi. That's how I get my day started. I have a Pepsi.
Well, you need to start putting these fucking energy drink packets into your goddamn water. That's what you need to do.
I will. Like I said, I got my first order in. Shout out to Dubby because they really treat their affiliates and sponsors really well. So I'm not mad at them. I'm looking forward to this partnership. No, I mean now I take a liquid IV in the morning. That's what I have, and then I have a Pepsi. And once we get this energy drink, I'm going to try that as well. Maybe I'll have an energy and an IV. I don't know. Maybe I'll mix them. Maybe I'll put them in my blend jet too, and make me a energy hydration smoothie.
That actually sounds phenomenal. Mark, I gotta say that sounds a little bit British. And by a little bit British, I mean it sounds like a homosexual euphemism.
Taste the flavor. It sounds like something I told Nikki the other night. Taste the flavor, damn it. My Nikki, not your Nikki. I don't want your teeth, but I'll make you some barbecue.
There's shit on it. Yeah. Taste the flavor.
Duh. It's like a chocolate topping.
I finally got me a listen, we can go. See, yeah, this is where you're losing me, Mark.
It's not making the tea taste any better, Mark. And I still don't know
why does my tea taste like cum? How do you know what cum tastes like? Don't worry about
it. Never you mind that. I've done time. I've done hard time.
That's what we sweeten our tea with in the clink.
That explains everyone. Not only is your tea warm, but it's sweetened with cum. I'm out. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
General, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just gonna nut my tea real quick.
Yeah. I ain't no wonder y'all lost a bunch of farmers.
Dude, I'd have tossed your tea in the harbor too if I knew you were doing that to it.
Brings a whole new meaning to tossing someone's tea in the harbor. Come here, Mark. You toss your tea in the harbor.
What are you guys doing? We're gonna have a Boston Tea Party. What's that supposed to mean? We're gonna toss each other's tea.
We're gonna toss each other's tea all night long.
Do you know what 6.9 is?
6.9?
6.9.
No.
It's something great ruined by a period.
I don't know why I walked right into that.
See, when I first heard that, I giggled a little bit, and then I thought more about it and what that period would mean. And then I started to become physically ill.
Live footage of Glick walking into that 6.9 jet right here.
Come on, go,
Just gonna sell my freedom for some oil. All right, killer. All right,
I have all my freedoms. Aren't you guys only still allowed out for like an hour a day?
What was that one thing that we got? Well, I would say taxation without representation, kind of, but I feel like we get that now. So
I just pay my taxes and deal with it. It's life.
Taxes are theft. It's not true, but it feels like it.
I agree, especially since like they're like,
who the fuck is that?
They're like, your taxes pay for the roads, and up here they've been working on 71 for the last 30 goddamn years.
Hey, boys.
Just some random stranger I found. It was like, hey, you want to co-host?
Hear you over my free healthcare? Hey, bitch, I got free healthcare too. That shit is not all it's fucking cracked up to be. Let me tell you.
Healthcare is free if you never go to the doctor. I'm just saying. I mean, it seems like it works.
I use a walker now thanks to free healthcare. Fuck free healthcare. I'll pay every goddamn penny, nickel, and dime if it means that I get my fucking leg back.
I mean, I could just go up to Cantonadia and get free healthcare.
Yeah, but then I can't take my guns. It's just fucking ugh.
Yeah, but I could become a mount me and have a sweet ass mount me hat and get to ride a moose all the time. Fucking all hyped up on maple syrup. What?
I can't handle you.
I can see Chris rolling up on the back of a moose with a fucking big ass red uniform.
No jar of maple syrup. What are we going to do?
Sorry, didn't see you there. I was just coming around so that I could have another Pabst Blue Ribbon. Figured I'd come across the border for one of those, eh?
Yeah. Hey. Cue the Sadie symbol.
Every time I hear a Canadian accent, all I can think about is the moose from Brother Bear.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I watched that movie the other day, and I laughed my ass off.
Don't worry. Some of you Canadians have slipped through to South Canada, Michigan, Minnesota, Northern Michigan.
North Dakota.
Yeah, North Dakota. Northern Wisconsin.
Joe Montana. It's Montana.
Montana. Montana.
Tony D, why are you here in the comments and not here on the video? If you're gonna be here, I need you to be here.
I ask him that question.
And stop being so queer.
I ask him that question often.
I come in here, I come on this show solely to see Tony D's face so that I can screenshot it and beat off to it later. And here I am, no Tony D. Hi, Nikki.
Hi.
Thought she was getting in the bath. I was like, hold on a second. Make sure she was dressed. Don't make him feel weird. He's at work.
Don't make him feel weird. So what you're saying is we should start being just horribly racist.
Oh, no, don't do that. Jeff does that enough. I even somehow got lumped into that. All of a sudden, I'm this guy, not Jeff. And I'm like, what the hell?
I figure, if I am, because I'm just broken and crippled and disabled and I can't do anything else better with my life, I now get a free pass to say certain things because I am now. Did you just get a free beer for no reason?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even ask for one or anything. I don't even think I needed one, but she just grabbed me one.
Why? No one.
No, you don't have to do that.
Mom, the meatloaf.
No, I have not. I haven't seen your Kindle in a hot minute. I'm gonna say I haven't even seen you read in a while. No, she's great, dude.
Dude, you got shit on your wall back there.
Where?
You got actual shit on your wall.
No. That's greatness. That's a 2-time Big Ten champ.
Is that what greatness looks like?
2 in a row Big Ten champ. Gonna go for 3
Big
this
fat
year.
fucking turd.
Gonna go for a 3-peat. We're gonna go for a 3-peat this year.
It seems unlikely.
I mean, really? Is it though?
Seems unlikely. Also, I can't tell if I'm just commenting so many times on your live that TikTok's like, all right, this dude needs to shut up and stop showing my comments, or if you're just being a prick.
I go with option B.
He's like, Connor, come into my other live on Glick Talk 2.0, and we'll see you over there. And then I come in over there like, and he's like, fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy. Just mute him. I go with option C. No, what it is TikTok will not allow comments with certain words or certain phrases to go through. I got spanked on my bottom on 2 of my 3 accounts on TikTok. Now I don't have 3 accounts. I do have 2 accounts. I have Glick Talk. I have Glick Talk 2.0 because I did get a quote unquote permanent ban on my live a couple years ago on TikTok. So I created a backup account. That was fucking pointless to do because you got all these fucking followers and all these friends who, when your account gets banned, they won't even follow you back. So, and then I created a Nonsensical Nonsense page. Well, now we have haters. Well, we've always had haters.
That was abuse on camera. You just got TikTok banned.
Now, so people and there's just same people like on here that like to creep and not say anything when they watch us on here, but they come onto my TikTok pages and they just start hitting report for everything. Like, was it last month I was on there and I got banned for.
I mean, you might have been a little drunk and obnoxious Saturday night. I'm just saying.
No, what was it? I wasn't.
I can't disagree.
No, I wasn't obnoxious at all. What was it? We had illegal weapons and illegal activity or something like that that I got in trouble for, and I'm like, I was standing in my kitchen.
See,
I'm gonna go die. I love you.
I'm convinced that if you, so I don't have 1,000 followers on TikTok, so I can't go live.
Hold on one second. Hold that thought. What?
Would you pick me over $25,000 on a game show?
What kind of game show?
Too hot to handle. You either could take $25,000 and walk away, or decide that you really loved me and forfeit your chance at the prize money.
It's only $25,000.
Was it like real weird and toxic the whole time we were on there?
No, not at all.
Is it like it is now?
It was like a little It was a little like he didn't want to commit, but she did. So yeah, I guess it was kind of like we were, since you ghosted me.
I'm talking. You know what? You just made my answer easy. I'm taking the 25,000.
Fuck you.
Of course, I'm taking you. I'm not taking the money.
Whatever. Lies.
Shut your face.
I could tell that was a trap from the beginning. It didn't matter what the fucking answer was going to be.
I had to ask her because she watches all these like dating, like the dating reality shows.
Well, both guys that were given the ultimatum chose the women and not the money.
Well, I mean, again, you know, you see a lot of the toxicity on that show, and if I was dealing with a bunch of toxic bullshit, I'd be like, yeah, I'm taking the fucking money. I'm not. Caroline Evans said, if you don't take the money, come talk to me later. Then don't, Connor, if you don't take the money, then come sweet talk me later. Oh, seems like Connor's got a fan.
What you don't know is that Carolyn Evans is really Nikki Myers.
Oh, she's got an alias.
No, that's her name is Carolyn Nicole Myers. It used to be Carolyn Nicole Evans. She's always hated the name Carolyn, so she goes by Nikki.
I mean, and that's the other thing. How about I say on the show, I'm going to take the money, but then as soon as the show's over and I got the money, I'm like, what's up, girl? I was just fucking around. Now we got $25K.
Also, wait a minute. Hold up. My wife is in here. Wait a minute.
What up, Cam?
So nice to see you, sweetheart.
It is so nice to see you. Way to be a supportive, significant.
Yes.
What up, buddy?
You say hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Say hi, Nonsensical Nonsense. Say hi, Nonsensical Nonsense.
I don't want to say it.
Say words are hard.
Words are hard.
Yeah, that's Connor. Cam. He's been in here
I'm
several
usually
times.
playing baseball in 7 days. Very short.
Been in here several times. Been on the show several times. He was in here for karaoke night. Then he was in here when we had like 20 people in here, and Tony's rude ass decided to end the show because he was jealous.
One comes in, the other's not far behind.
How, buddy? I knew it was calling her, Connor.
I don't beat him. He beats himself. Ow, that hurt. Stop.
I mean,
all right, ow.
I really have to choose my words wisely right here because there's a kid present. Maiden name.
No, maiden, not mating, maiden.
It sounds like he just ruined your entire witness protection program that you were in to get away from him. Because put your real name and everything out there. Shit, we got to move him again. Connor's really not hurt, folks. He witnessed something. He's going to testify in front of a grand jury. He witnessed Mark having a Boston Tea Party.
Oh, God. Oh, Christ. Lord help me. It's going to be a new federal law to make that illegal.
No Boston Tea Parties? Sounds like something Jeff would do on a Tuesday with all his amigos.
Con jotos. I'm glad nobody speaks Spanish here.
I speak Spanish.
At least there are no gay Spanish speaking people here, because then I'd get in trouble.
How do you know?
The whole world. I didn't know you were gay.
The whole world listens to this show.
Primarily the Dominican Republic.
We are huge in the DR. Shout out to the DR, man. You guys must really have it bad down there if we're as popular as we are. Life must really look. I don't know what's going on in the Dominican Republic. I don't know anything about the Dominican Republic, but goddamn, y'all must be having a terrible time down there if we're your number one source of entertainment.
You're gonna start getting messages from Liquid IV. Our business has increased tenfold in the Dominican Republic since sponsoring you guys.
You're welcome.
We now have 10 customers in the Dominican Republic.
Hey, you know what? I'll take 10 customers in the DR because that's more money in the Nonsensical Nonsense bank account, aka my bank account.
What happened to our joint bank account? What happened?
Well, I thought you died, so I closed it.
Wow.
I mean, you just kind of ghost me and don't talk to me no more. You don't love me no more. Oh, I did get your text messages, but Sundays I like avoid my phone like the plague as far as like social media and talking to people. And I was gonna message you today, be like, I got your messages, and I was gonna respond to them, but before I could, you had already Snapchatted me, and I was like, oh fuck it, we're talking here.
Well, yeah, because I was like, oh, maybe you saw my fucking phone number, and he was like, who's this faggot? Block.
Who the hell is this guy? Well, I mean, you did send me a very weird text and then like an unsolicited butthole picture. I mean,
no.
Like, at least send me
not an unsolicited butthole picture. I was showing off the most recent addition to the Glick 9000.
It sounds like we have to take it down a few notches to take it down to like a Glick 3000 since we have to use smaller caliber now.
Well, the problem is that the silver dollars are just too expensive of an ammunition.
I just want to add like a silencer and and a stand. maybe upgrade my scope to a more elite style scope.
The silencer is just a black dildo.
We're gonna have to order a stand for you now because you can't just bend over like you used to be able to. You got to have something.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. That's the reason my velocity went down. Because now my pipes are all crooked and shit.
Yeah, see, we got to get a stand to get you all stabilized and equaled out. I know. See, I know what I'm doing here. I'm the professional.
It's my show.
It's my show, and I do everything. We're just going to rename it.
I haven't had the chance to say that since pre-surgery. Man.
I may have shouted that when I was fighting with Jeff and Tony one night. It's my goddamn show. Take my ball and go.
Listen, Tony and Jeff and Mark, God love you, and Killadilla 7750. Y'all are some OGs. Don't get me wrong. But nobody knows about 101.6 the Glick. Oh, okay. So I'm just going to get left alone here. Kind of having a lull in the conversation, so we're just going to leave me here alone. So 101.6 the Glick came from Abercrombie. When I worked with him, this dingle nut kept telling me about how he wanted to have a podcast, and I kept telling him he had a good radio voice, and he couldn't fathom that I was flirting with him because I'm just so out of his league.
Put on one again.
Maybe two.
You want oscillating or just we didn't have an oscillating last one?
We did have it. Okay.
Nikki, stop beating your wife.
Did you say Nikki, stop beating your wife?
Mm-hmm.
She's had a rough couple days. She's taking a nice hot bubble bath, but it's too hot in there. So she was like, "Can you put the fan in here and turn the fan on?" Because somebody decided to get wasted Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
She had to go to work yesterday, and work kicked her ass. And she came home. She said, "I feel like I got hit by a truck," and she still hasn't quite recovered yet. So, yeah, she stopped to see a couple of her friends and at her old job down the road from here before she came home Saturday night. And I'm like, show's gonna end on time. Like, not gonna be up all night. And she texted me and she was like, "Well, I know you're on the show." And I'm like, "Oh, show's almost over. We're getting ready to wrap up." And she came in and she was like, "You should go live on TikTok." And I was like, "Oh, she's getting hammered." she that was last Saturday.
No, sir.
We weren't up until 6 this week.
You were up super fucking late because
Was it really?
it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and I hopped into your live, and I was like, "Jesus, you're still fucking on here?" And
I didn't think.
Of course, the party never stops.
Well, that sounds like
Stone Cold Steve Austin never quits.
Stone
my son, he has bills.
So that sounds pretty accurate. No, not this past weekend, but the weekend before, 2 weeks ago. I was posting new shows, and I kind of talked about this on here. I was posting the new episodes. That's what I do on Fridays. I post the new episodes, and we had went out. We had got new phones and stuff, and we were running around and whatnot. So we didn't get home until 8:30, 9 o'clock, and so we came home, started watching TV together, and I started posting the shows, and it was like 2 o'clock, and the last show was just finishing up, and I dozed off on the couch. And she woke me up. I don't know how long I was asleep, but she woke me up, and she'd been drinking. I'd had a couple beers while I was posting the shows. And she woke me up, and I was like, "Oh, shit, show's done. Okay, we can go to bed if you want." She was like, "I was kind of hoping we could go live on TikTok." I was like, "Okay." So we were out in the kitchen, and we were drinking, and the next thing I know, fucking sun was coming through the kitchen window, and she disappeared. I was like, "What the hell? What the hell just happened?" That Saturday we slept until what, like 2? Yeah, we didn't get out of bed because the kids weren't here. The kids were at their mom's, so we didn't get out of bed until like 2 o'clock. And
isn't lights out at the nursing home like 5 p.m. though?
What's that?
Isn't lights out at the nursing home like 5 p.m. though?
On the weekends it's 6. They let us stay up a little bit late. Plus, I run the nursing home. I run around and throw my championship belt on my shoulder. Run around.
By championship belt, you mean your saggy ass nutsack?
Well, that's usually hanging out at the bottom of my shorts. That's my Billy. That's my Billy Coat. That's my slapjack.
That's my bitchy good stick.
If the orderlies get out of line, I give them a good.
Damn it, Chris! You need a shower. I got cheese on my cheek now.
It's a little from under. Don't worry, you'll be fine. It comes from a land down under.
From under cheese.
No, but I tell you what, man, I got up. It's medicine time, baby.
Well, what do you want me to do about that now?
I don't know. I just can't tell me I'm fired. I got up. I think we ordered food or something. We ordered DoorDash or something. I got me a liquid IV. I was a little tired, but I got that liquid IV in me, and I was right as rain. This one was dying. She was dying the whole day.
So,
and she's known about liquid IV longer than I have. But
she did what?
She's known about liquid IV longer than I have. That was like her go-to. What, way back when, right, baby?
What?
You and liquid IV, you go back.
We do. Me, Liquid IV, and Pedialyte.
Liquid IV and Pedialyte mixed?
No.
Oh, I bet that would be magical.
Weekend hangover.
I bet that would be diarrhea. But
I
what's
mean-
up, Busted Nut?
Busted Rubber. What's going on, Bubba? How you doing, brother? The last 2 weekends, man, I've been to the show on Saturday night, and she's like, last weekend was Friday night, but then Saturday, I didn't think it was that late when we went to bed.
It definitely was, because when Christopher started blowing my phone up at 10 a.m., I wanted to kill him.
Oh, man. Well, that explains why I was so goddamn tired yesterday.
You were sleeping in the bathtub.
Yeah, I wasn't sleeping in the bathtub. I was perfectly happy and content, too, and then you came in there yelling at me. Like I'd done something wrong. Like you caught me in the bathtub with another woman.
You fucking breathing, dude. You woke up.
Dude, hey, what's going on, Amanda?
Up.
Before we went to bed, I went out and Nikki had made some kind of like homemade Chinese or whatever last week. And I went out and I got me a big old bowl of it before we went to bed Saturday night. And I woke up and burped, and some of that, and it was just like sitting like kind of right. And it made me so goddamn sick. So I got up about, I don't know, 9 o'clock or so and did what I needed to do. And I'll spare you guys the details. And then after you get sick, I just want to get in the shower. So I just got in the shower and was laying in this tub with the shower running, and I was comfortable and content. And I guess I fell asleep, and like an hour later, she came in there, ripped the curtain back. What the fuck are you doing?
Even remotely close to what I said.
She was hoping that she would come in and you'd be just fucking. But
I think you're right. I think she was mad because I was still breathing. I know I was.
God damn it, Chris! I thought you drowned. That's why I waited an hour.
Not good, dude. I just got out of a 3-day stint in the hospital. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I read that too. Is
God
that
damn, Busted Rubber?
big old busted nut over here missed the first half of the show, man.
Yeah,
he'd have been perfect, the perfect little addition.
I didn't start anything, Amanda. Amanda. God damn, bro, man. I'm hoping for the best for both of you guys. In all honesty, I know you guys have fucking rocked it out, losing weight. You guys have lost a ton of weight, and you guys look amazing. That sucks that you're dealing with all these fucking medical issues and shit like that. Hopefully, she'll be all right. We need to have you up here and join us one night, Busted River. It sounds like at least for the next couple months, I'm not going to have a co-host on Monday. We're going to be down a guy on Wednesday, and I don't know if Tony will make it on Saturday. So I mean,
unless my oldest has baseball practice, you have a words are hard. You have a co-host on Mondays.
Thanks.
Excuse me while I have a stroke.
Yeah. Do I smell toast? Well, Mandy, I hope you went online and used our promo code and ordered your Liquid IV. Because if you didn't, then shame on you. Shame, I say.
If you didn't,
shame on you.
If you don't chew Big Red, then fuck you.
Oh shit!
If you don't use the promo code "Words Are Hard,"
fuck you.
Long and hard.
As Ricky Bobby said, if you don't chew Big Red, fuck you. If you don't use the word promo or if you don't
use the promo code "Words Are Hard," then fuck you.
I guess we're both stroking out tonight.
Oh, we're gonna stroke out together.
Hey, we can Boston Tea Party it up, buddy.
Mark. I didn't realize that was tequila.
I love listening to this show and go, we're sponsoring this. This is what we sponsor? Pull the plug.
No, what you're sponsoring is an alcoholic 50-year-old man who needs liquid IV so that he doesn't suffer from alcohol poisoning every other day.
I mean, shout out to Liquid IV. I'm not dead because of y'all.
Yeah, thank you very much, dude. I'm telling you, that Liquid IV saved my life the other day. I was
swinging a miss.
I took a shit minimum 25 times.
Jesus Christ, bro.
I was so
beds and shit.
I was so drained and dehydrated and just felt like complete ass. And my mother-in-law goes and grabs a Liquid IV, tosses it in there. I'm like, oh, God. And then I heard you talking about it on the show, and I'm just like, all right, fine, I'll fucking try it. And I chugged that shit. And as like within an hour, I was just like, boom, all right. I still had to shit until and wipe my ass until it bled. But, other than that.
And they got really good flavors too. So
it's not my fault that you're listening to this with the kids in the background. This is not my fault.
They got to learn sometime.
Listen,
it's the story of my life.
You gotta be gentle when you wipe.
Story of my life, swing and a miss. They got me feeling right. But enough about me. How's the family, dude? Well, hang tight through this break, and I will tell you.
You just fucking bro me, bro.
Huh?
My wife just fucking broed me.
I don't know which is worse, your wife broing you or your kids broing you. My daughters bro me all the time.
Yeah, my oldest son bros me, and I want to fucking cross check him with my cane.
Every time. I'm like, what the hell did y'all just say?
And I'm just like, yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Call me sir.
Mommy calls me daddy. You call me sir. Know your fucking role.
I tried to get her. I try to get her to call me daddy every once in a while, but she just fucking laughs. I don't know if that's a good thing or if that's a bad thing or what that means.
What was that fucking? I think it was on In Living Color. The handicap fucking superhero. What was his goddamn name? Oh, I'm dating myself here.
The handicap
Damon. I think Damon Wayans played him. Yeah, it was like a superhero, and he walked around and had the limp, and I'm here to damn the day. Da, da, da. Yeah, I'm going to hell. Seems like a good point to take a break. A little word from our sponsors.
You gotta go beat one of my
We'll be
kids.
right back in a few minutes.
Hey, we still haven't used the R word, so we're being good. We're being progressive.
We are being progressive.
Being very PC.
Let's get yet. Let's give Blindjet some love here. We'll be back here in just a few minutes, guys. Stick around. Haas, I'll answer your question about the fam and all that jazz. Let Connor go grab a beverage. Face it, shaker bottles suck. And your protein shakes always come out clumpy, and you look like an idiot using the thing. That's why I decided to ditch my shaker bottle for good and get myself a BlendJet 2 portable blender. It makes perfectly blended protein shakes in just 20 seconds. BlendJet 2 is portable, so you can blend up a smoothie at work, a protein shake at the gym, or even a margarita on the beach. And it's small enough to fit in a cup holder, but powerful enough to blast through tough ingredients like ice and frozen fruit with ease. BlendJet 2 is whisper quiet, so you can make your morning smoothie without waking up the whole house, and it lasts for 15 plus blends and recharges quickly via USB-C. Best of all,
Blend Jet 2 cleans itself. Just blend water with a drop of soap, and you're good to go. And with over 30 plus colors and patterns to choose from, there's a Blend Jet 2 to complement just about any style. Like my fiance, she was feeling a little nostalgic, and she went with the Lisa Frank rainbow leopard print one. She said it took her back to her days of having Trapper Keepers and folders in junior high, and she couldn't be more happier with it. What are you waiting for? Go to blendjet.com and grab yours today. And be sure to use promo code WordsAreHard. Get 12% off of your order and free 2-day shipping. No other portable blender on the market comes close to the quality, power, and innovation of the BlendJet 2. They guarantee you'll love it or your money back. Blend anytime, anywhere with the BlendJet 2 portable blender. Go to blendjet.com, use code WordsAreHard, and get 12% off of your order and free day 2 shipping. Shop today and get the best deal ever.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to have that awkward moment of silence where the song doesn't play. My bad.
Sucker punch somebody on a sidewalk, carjacking old lady at a red light, pull a gun on the owner of a liquor store. You think it's cool, act a fool if you like. Cuss out a cop, spit in his face, stomp on the flag and light it up. Yeah, you think it's tough? Well, try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town. Got a gun that my granddad gave me. They say one day they're gonna round up. Well, that shit might fly in the city. Good luck, try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town full of good old boys, raised up right. If you're looking for a fight, try that in a small town. Try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town.
These farmers are dropping their own crops for the day. A friend is in need, and they've come to help.
It's what this community and a lot of our communities stand for. Somebody needs some help, you'll get it.
Try that in a small town.
Yeah, buddy. I said I was going to keep playing that song, and I meant it. I'm going to keep playing that goddamn song, and they can't do nothing about it unless YouTube gives me a strike. And oh, that's a whole nother fucking ball game. Welcome back to Nonsensical Nonsense, everybody. I'm Glick. We got Connor back in the building. after a long hiatus. It's good to see him again. Good to talk to him again. If you're not already, go ahead and hit up them socials: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Go ahead and join us live every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday right here on YouTube. You guys can hang out with us, shoot the shit, get in the comments. We love talking to you guys. We love interacting with you guys. And if you can't join us live, or like I've said a million times, if you're just feeling a little nostalgic, go ahead and listen to all the replays on Zencaster, Spotify, and everywhere you listen to podcasts. All at Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast. Go ahead and give us a follow. Give us a listen. And if you'd be so kind, give us a share. We greatly appreciate that as well. Welcome back to the show. Having a good time hanging out with my man Connor. Busted rubber ass right before we went to break. How's the fam doing, man? The fam's doing good, man. The kids are doing great. We're getting ready to gear up for back to school. I got a senior this year, a 7th grader, and a 4th grader. Nikki and I are currently in the wedding planning stages and all that fun stuff. Loving my job. I really don't have much to complain about with life right now. The podcast is starting to, get a full head of steam. I'm putting more work in the podcast lately, but it's slowly starting to pay off. So yeah, I can't complain, man. Everything's going pretty well. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for that e-brake to get yanked. Story of my life, but I'm not thinking it's going to happen this time around. Everything's everything's good, man. I can't complain at all in any way, shape, or form. Truly happy for the first time in a very, 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 very freaking long time. But yeah, the bro thing is nerve. It's just one of those things. Like, really, like I don't think I ever once like hit my like my grandfathers or my parents with like a dude or anything like that. So it's a little like I kind of want to headbutt you when you call me bro. But I did want to what's Connor's doing? He's got his
I just wanted to put my BBC on you.
Easy there, Turbo.
My big black cane.
I wanted to get into something tonight. We lost a true fucking legend yesterday. And for most of us, a good majority. He was a huge part of our childhood.
A true fucking hero, man's man, woman's man.
I don't know what.
It looks like he's shaking his nuts in front of the camera.
I don't know if he was a man's man or anything like that, but he was definitely a huge part of my childhood and a lot of people's childhood. Mr. Paul Rubens passed away, aka Pee Wee Herman. And yes, we all know about the jerking it incident in the theater, the adult theater, if you will. But I don't, it is what it is. Pee Wee Herman. Yeah, Pee Wee passed away. They found him yesterday morning, I believe it was. I don't know what his cause of death was, but unfortunately, like I said, regardless of what happened in that theater, the guy was a goddamn legend. Not only as Pee Wee Herman, but he had his role in what was it, Mystery Men? I think it was, as the Spleen. No, he wasn't a pedo. He was never accused of anything pedophilic. He was caught jerking off in an adult theater. It would have never made the news had it not been for who he was. Yeah, Pee Wee Herman is in the WWE Hall of Fame. He was a huge wrestling fan. There was the he was on Raw one night, I think it was, and there was the back and forth between him and The Rock and various other wrestlers as his Pee Wee Herman character. I don't remember that, actually, to be honest with you. I'll be 100% honest with you. I don't remember that. Let's see here.
How old was he?
Rubens was arrested in 2000. Oh, he was charged with child pornography possession. The charges were dropped. So I don't really know why, but they revived the Pee Wee Herman show in 2010. How old was he? He wasn't
70.
Wow, he was way older than that.
Maybe if you paid attention to old busted nutter over here, you would know that.
Well, I was looking it up, so I honestly that slipped I totally forgot about that. But I mean, that's a serious crime. That's a serious offense. But the charges were dropped. So without going into like full research mode right here in the middle of the show, regardless. But yeah, I mean, he was an integral part of a lot of our childhoods. We all grew up, especially our older generation. Connor's a little bit younger, quite a bit younger than myself. But we grew up watching Pee-wee's Playhouse and then Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Tell him Large Marge sent you. What?
Can I stay outside for just one more?
One more what?
One more minute.
No, you need to come in, dude. It is dark out there. You're smoking crack. Yeah, let's just be honest. Yeah, we absolutely loved him. I mean, even as a grown ass adult, I could see myself still enjoying and watching Pee-wee's Big Adventure. But like I said, he was in Mystery Men. He was in some other movies that kind of, and he was on Broadway. The guy was in a very established.
He, like you said, he was an icon.
He was in Blow. Yeah, Mystery Men. He played the fucking spleen. He was in Gotham. I do remember seeing him in Gotham. Blacklist and Batman Returns, Blues Brothers. I mean, he was in a bunch of things. You know what? I feel like this movie might be cursed. Apparently, he was in Cocaine Bear. That's the second actor from Cocaine Bear that died. Because Ray Liotta, it was his last movie. Blues Brothers. Ernest was the best, man. I remember I introduced my kids a couple years back to Ernest around Christmas time. I introduced them to Ernest Saves Christmas. And we got done watching that movie, and they're like, does he have any more movies? I was like, does Ernest have any more movies? And we watched Ernest Goes to Jail. My favorite Ernest movie was probably Ernest Saves Halloween, which kind of Adam Sandler did kind of his own version of that movie with Hubie Saves Halloween or whatever on Netflix. Blues Brothers is a classic. Classic, man. But no, we're losing. It seems like every year we, obviously people are getting up there in age, but we're getting up in age where we're starting to lose the people that we grew up watching, that we grew up entertaining us now. Oh, he 100%. It was still a cute movie. It was still a fun movie. My kids really enjoyed it. But yeah, he 100% ripped off Ernest Saves Halloween or whatever it was. But R.I.P. to Paul Rubens, man. You know, basically Paul Rubens was our generation's Steve from Blue's Clues, which is your generation there.
Oh, Steve.
Connor. But Pee-wee was way cooler than Blue's Clues guy.
Well, Steve went to college. Bullshit.
Did you say you went to college?
Steve went to college.
Fuck Steve.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. It was the shit. Dude, what? I remember watching old reruns on Nick at Night when I was a kid.
Cosby Show and Nick at Night.
Yeah. Busted Rubber. I could agree with that. There was a little little Nicky-esque with Hubie. Yeah. That kind of Mary Tyler Moore. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I used to love watching Nick at Night. Well, back when we were kids too, Nickelodeon was the shit. Now all Nickelodeon is fucking SpongeBob SquarePants.
All right, you watch your whore mouth.
And then they gave Patrick, what is it, the Patrick Star show? So it's like 20 episodes of Patrick Star and then 75 episodes of SpongeBob, followed by the Late Night Nick now or whatever they call it, and it's just fucking Friends. That's all Nickelodeon shows is SpongeBob, Patrick Star, and Friends. Which is fine when we leave the house and the kids aren't here because our dog, she loves SpongeBob SquarePants, so that's what she gets to watch. Because we leave the TV on.
The classic SpongeBob isn't bad.
I mean, SpongeBob wasn't bad when he first came out, but now it's just like, eh.
That's why I said the classic.
Yeah, I remember watching it when my oldest was younger and stuff like that, but now it's just like, I want to reach through the screen and like drag him out of the ocean and wring him out and throw him on the porch or something and let him dry out. Can't stand SpongeBob.
Did you like the SpongeBob movie?
I don't know if I ever actually seen that.
Where David Hasselhoff, he has to ride the
Hasselhoff. Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces. I don't know if I've ever seen all that.
That's just hilarious.
Yeah. No, dude. Absolutely. If Nick ever made a real life Krabby Patty restaurant, yeah, it would absolutely.
Oh yeah.
It would be the biggest thing since sliced fucking bread. Absolutely bigger than Ruth Chris. And they could probably get away with charging outlandish Ruth Chris style prices too at the end of the day. I Dream of Jeannie, Bewitched, Roseanne. Yeah, man. I used to love those shows watching on Nick at Night. Samantha. Nah, well, that's the cool thing. Like, there's, with all the streaming apps and stuff like that, like Tubi and Pluto. I think it's Pluto and Tubi. They both have like these classic television channels. And a few weeks back, Nikki was at work. The kids weren't here. It was like a Saturday or Sunday. I think it was Sunday because I was just lounging around being a lazy sack of shit. And I threw it on one of those classic channels. I was watching like Gilligan's Island, Andy Griffith Show, Dukes of Hazzard, and like all these fucking old ass television shows.
Andy Griffith Show. That's a.
Hey man, you can't go wrong with little Andy Griffin. We need more Andy Griffin and less Cardi B in our world.
I was watching a comedian on TikTok about fucking talking about how what was it? Baby It's Cold Outside got canceled, but the number one song in the world or in the United States rather for like a few weeks was Cardi B's Wet Ass Pussy.
Yeah, they brought that up with that most recent like Jason Aldean controversy with his new song, which we just played because I said I'm going to play it. I like the song, and when I aired the song for the first time on the show, I told Tony and Jeff, I said, I got another. We were doing news stories and stuff like that, which is what I kind of like to do. Tonight we're kind of freestyling it for a Monday because Connor's back. So we kind of threw away the format for tonight, just so me and Connor could kind of hang out and chit chat and shoot the shit and everything like that. But we were talking about some different things that were going on with the Carly Russell Smollett thing, and then Luke Combs catching hell for fast car and this shit and the other thing. I said, I have one more story along this line, but I want to play this song, and I knew neither one of it had heard of it. And when we come back, I want your first impression. And we came back, and Tony was like, "That's a fucking hit. That's platinum all day, every day." Tony really liked the song, and then we dove into the controversy. But that was somebody said that they're like, really, everybody's upset about this song, but then Cardi B, WAP, and fucking all these other, what's that other one? I can't think of her damn name. With all their just vile, disgusting, gross songs, are just blowing up. But it ain't no worse than actually. You know what? I think they might have put Two Live Crew to shame at the end of the day. Well, yeah, Pluto has a whole ass Andy Griffin channel.
Have you seen the new issue where people are fucking boycotting Tyler Childers because of the music video of the song? I forget what the name of the song is. It's like "I Will Wait for Your Love" or something like that. But it's a great song. But the music video depicts two gay coal miners, and people are losing their fucking minds about it.
Well, I mean, people are kind of freaking out about the Barbie movie too, because I guess it's super woke and there's like a trans Barbie or gay Barbies or something like that. I don't know. I don't care about the LGBTQ. Shut up. Live your life. Be fucking happy. Just leave the motherfuckers alone. Hogan, I mean, I like Elvis. I like his music. But I know a lot of people from a lot of different backgrounds that are a lot older than me that everybody seems to really like his music. Different backgrounds, different ethnicities and stuff like that. I don't like Queen. I'm not a big fan of Queen, but that's just because I don't really like their music.
Oh, I fucking love Queen.
But as far as Elvis goes, I feel like the older generation of, obviously, there was a large white fan base for Elvis, but I think everybody, it's kind of like Michael Jackson. I mean, I feel like everybody likes Michael Jackson's music. And he kind of dabbled in a little bit of everything. I mean, pop, rock. I mean, I'll give Michael Jackson rock credits. I mean, some of the older generation more so. I like I said, I like Elvis. I like his music. I thought he was a terrible fucking actor. Their movies are corny as fuck. I ain't even gonna lie. No, their movies is corny as fuck. But like I said, I know
fucking weird.
I know a lot of older people with different backgrounds and come from different places and stuff like that who enjoy Elvis music, and I think that just goes along the lines of, if an artist makes good music, people are going to gravitate towards them. I know people who aren't necessarily the biggest rock fans, but they love the Foo Fighters because Dave Grohl is an amazing musician and an amazing songwriter and an absolutely amazing singer. So I know a lot of people, and Foo Fighters in concert is crazy.
Awesome.
But yeah, as far as Queen go, I've never been a big fan of Queen. I don't like Queen. I think the only reason Queen got so popular was because what's his nuts came to America and decided to start sucking off truckers at truck stops, and that was the only reason they got popular.
See, I completely disagree with you. I think Queen's got phenomenal music. I think that you're an uncultured guy from the fucking prehistoric Cretaceous period, and that's okay.
Go have a Boston Tea Party, you savage.
I don't mind Elvis. I don't mind Elvis. But when I think of Elvis's time period, I think more so of Dolly Parton. I think of Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
I don't think Elvis was. You shoot me. I don't think he really was the king.
That's. It's kind of like the Michael Jackson Prince debate. They called Michael Jackson the king of pop, but then you have Prince, who was literally playing every instrument, writing every fucking song, and everything else. And that's the other thing about Elvis, to jump on what Hogan said here. And is it Marquise? I want to make sure I get your name right. But you have to remember that Elvis was, I think that he was very controversial for his time. The music he was doing, the rock and roll, and the hip gyrating and the swaying and the moving around and the dancing and everything else. That's what made him so damn controversial. And if you're a wrestling fan, Eric Bischoff, who's like one of the top execs in wrestling for many, many years, said, and he wrote a book, and his book was called "Controversy Sells," and it's all the way back from the 50s to today, that's still prevalent. Controversy sells. You look at the lyrics from Cardi B's WAP, and people did not like it, but you go back 30 years and you look at the lyrics from Two Live Crew, or you go back even in the same time frame as Two Live Crew with artists like Nirvana, and it was controversial. You go back to the 80s and you look at Twisted Sister and Billy Joel and stuff like that. They wrote controversial songs and they blew up. And then you go all the way back to the 50s, and you got this country bumpkin ass Elvis that is doing rock and roll music, and he's gyrating and shaking his hips, and the girls are going crazy and they're losing his fucking mind. It is what it is. It's a tale as old as time. Controversy sells, and you're going to get popular. Look at Morgan Wallen just in recent years. Morgan Wallen was caught on the Ring doorbell saying the N-word. Now, granted, it wasn't hateful, it wasn't spiteful. He was just yelling at one of his friends. It wasn't a hard R or anything like that. And the dude has since fucking skyrocketed. He's blown up. And I'm not the biggest Morgan Wallen fan. I like a few of his songs, but
some good stuff.
It was based off of that fucking controversy, because he got caught on a Ring doorbell after a late night of drinking and hanging out with his friends. It was like, and not even being in any way hateful or anything like that, but he's a white dude dropping the N-word. I've said that before. I grew up. And Smoke from Sunday Night Smoke, he said it countless times. I don't even get to be the white dude anymore. Like, I'm not even a white dude, but I'm still too white to be the white black dude, because I've lived in both worlds, and I've had friends that are like, when you're with us, you can say it. And the guys that I've known for years, I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. I've lived in the city, and I've lived in the country, so I'm kind of a mix of both. I'm a little bit of a hybrid, if you will. But the man screamed it in the street, and now he's fucking huge. He's everywhere, and his fucking tickets are like $300 a ticket at Morgan Wallen concerts. But that is the world we live in. Controversy equals popularity equals fame. Look at the Kardashians. The Kardashians' claim to fame has nothing to do with their dad representing OJ. It's because Kim gave a terrible blowjob and she looks like she's horrible in bed. And her mom fucking filmed that shit and released it. And the Kardashians are worth billions of fucking dollars.
Mm-hmm. That's just fucking wild.
I know you've seen that damn video. Don't even tell me that shit looked enjoyable. I feel bad for Ray J.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying.
I saw a TikTok fucking earlier today that said Taylor, I have a feeling that Taylor Swift music is just meant to be listened to by girls that give toothy blowjobs.
I believe it.
Oh my gosh. And he leaves me in here alone after he's been talking all by himself for the last 60 minutes. Controversy is key. Controversy is key to everything. It's part of the reason, I mean, even you talk nowadays, part of the reason Donald Trump was so goddamn just famous in general when it came to his run for presidency. It was it started out as like as a sideshow almost, like, oh haha, Donald Trump's running for president, and then they're like, all right, let's find some crazy shit that he fucking said, and then the crazy shit that he said that they thought was going to bury his ass ended up being the controversy that made people fucking lose their minds over him and fucking love him or hate him. It's never like, you think back to the 2008 election. I mean, fucking, it was, or not 2008, 2012 election, fucking, it wasn't you liked Donald Trump a little bit. It was you either fucking loved him and would go to the gates of fucking hell with Donald Trump, or you would fucking hate him no matter what. It didn't matter if he said, God bless America, you'd fucking hate him for it.
Yeah, no.
It was because of the controversy. It was what made him popular is the controversial shit that they thought was going to bury him. Just like I'm sure that cancel culture thought that Morgan Wallen was going to just get buried by that fucking video. And it ended up making him more fucking popular. Which, is it a little mind blowing? Yeah. I mean, he said something definitely shouldn't have said, but like, stop thinking that cancel culture is going to work. God, I can go on a tangent, but
I mean, I could literally come on here if we were a little bit more popular, and I could be like, kill all the babies, deport all the immigrants, and put LGBTQ in cages. And
I'm editing that.
Next week we would be like the biggest podcast on the planet. Yeah. You know. And I don't believe in any of that shit. I don't believe in any of that shit. You know, I'm very much pro-choice. You know, I understand their circumstances when it comes to abortion. Now, I don't agree with these women who are out there, you know, using abortion like fucking birth control. They've had 7 abortions in the last 8 months, or anything like that. And I don't care about the LGBTQ. Live your fucking life. Be happy. And as far as immigrants go, yeah, we do need to tighten up our borders. But I understand why you want to leave your country. It's a fucking shithole.
Oh my gosh.
Do things right. Anywho, anywho, before we go down that road.
Well, I mean, I just
feel free to pick another topic.
I live in El Paso.
Okay.
I live on the fucking border where the border crisis is happening. And I mean, like you said, yeah, we need to tighten up our borders, but it's depressing looking and seeing a fucking wall. Like,
absolutely.
Like my mother-in-law was out here this week. I actually just took her to the airport this morning. She left, but my mother-in-law was out here this week, and we're driving her down the west side of El Paso. And I'm like, oh, if you look right there out on the left side, there's the border wall. And like you can see it like you can't see where it ends that way, and you can't see where it ends that way. And she's like, that's just sad. And I was like, ooh, it kind of fucking is, because then as you drive a little bit further, you go another half mile down the road, you can see where Ciudad Juarez is. And it's so poor and they're so tight together. And I'm over on the west side of El Paso, which is the nice side of El Paso. And I parked at Albertsons the other day and a fucking Ferrari pulled up next to me.
Yeah. I was like,
and I'm like, dude, you go a quarter mile down the road that way, look over the border at Juarez. And I'm just like, I don't blame them for wanting to fucking give it a try. You know, I have empathy for them.
Yeah. The conditions are horrible. And I understand that. And their government's an absolute fucking atrocious mess. And there's the cartels are running things. I mean, Jeff lives down there, and Jeff has talked about it multiple times. You know, he lives in Cancun, and we tease him like everybody's leaving, and you voluntarily went there. Like, like what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? But you know, and it is, you know, it's absolutely horrendous living conditions. But you know, there's a right way and a wrong way to do things, and yeah, it's not always the easiest, but you can't. It just can't. And our governments know.
And there it goes again. Here we go again. Same old shit again. I can't tell if it's a Wi-Fi popped out or if it's just me. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'm sure he was about to say something about how our government's not fucking perfect. And
there we go.
And there we go. Are you alive?
My hamster died, apparently.
I was wondering what the squeaking in the background was. I thought it was the fan.
No, that was my hamster running my internet.
Oh.
Awesome. Fucking awesome, bro.
There he is. You know what you need to do is you need to give your hamster some energy drink.
I need to give him some Dubby.
Yeah, you need to give him some Dubby. The good news is you got it cheaper than everybody else will. Unless they're listening to this podcast.
I'm just saying, go to liquidiv.com.
God damn it. Go to liquidiv.com. Use promo code Weirds Are Hard. WRDSAREHARD. Words are hard.
The internet's fucking shit right now.
Don't break up with
came
me.
Back here. He was like, "What's going on?" Cash came back here. What the hell's going on?
How do you know? How can you tell when your child gets too much screen time? As soon as the Wi-Fi cuts off, Dad.
I mean, I gotta give him props. He gets up in the morning and he's outside until it gets dark. So you know, I bought him a bike for his birthday. So now he's literally, he gets up in the morning. It don't matter if if I'm awake, Nikki's awake, if we're home or not. He gets up in the morning, he gets dressed, and he's on his bike until it's dark. And then it gets dark, and he was like, then he comes in and, can I stay out for 5 more minutes? I'm like, bro, you don't even wear a watch. You don't know what the hell 5 minutes is. You don't know the difference between 5 minutes and 35 minutes. Calm down.
I used to think a minute was you counting to that number that amount of times. Mm-hmm. So 6 minutes, you count to six times. So it's 6.
Yeah. The other night he was out there. He was like, he came back in and it wasn't quite dark, but the street lights were on. And he was like, can I stay out for a little bit longer? I was like, yeah, get in here when it gets dark. And I was sitting on the couch watching TV, and it had been a couple minutes. And I looked outside, and I went outside. What are you doing, bro? He was out there. I mean, he was literally right out here, right in front of the apartment or the condo, townhouse, whatever you want to call it, with his friends. They weren't more than 50 feet from the door. But I'm like, dude, y'all need to go in the house. It is fucking dark.
It's dark. That's when all the crackheads come out.
Yeah. Look, my meth dealer's coming around.
It's Columbus, Ohio. They're meth heads.
I don't live in Columbus. I can't live in Columbus. I live in Newark.
You live in Columbus, but not in Columbus.
I live almost an hour away from Columbus.
Newark is not that far.
Yeah, it's about 45 minutes from. It took me 45 minutes to an hour to get to campus from where I live.
I count 270 is Columbus. Okay, stop talking about downtown.
Okay, well, I'm still almost a half hour away from 270.
That's not that far. It's
far enough. I definitely don't live in Columbus. I live in Newark. Shout out to all the Newark listeners. Thank you guys for listening. Keep saying hi. What's that?
How many Newark listeners do we have?
Surprisingly, quite a few, because I've been in. And again, I've talked about this on the show, but I've been in Bob Evans, and I was in there one time, and this guy, he kind of looked at me a little weird, and then he turned around and went about to doing what he was doing, and then he came back over, and we were talking, and he was like, "You sound just like a guy on a podcast that me and my friends listen to," and I was like, "Oh yeah, what's the name of the podcast?" It was like, "Oh, Nonsensical Nonsense." I was like, "Oh yeah." I said, "Who do I sound like, Glick?" And he was like, "Yeah, you sound just like Glick." And I was like, "That's because I am Glick." No fucking way, dude. He's a college kid, and him and his buddies, like, me and my buddies, like, sit around and get hammered and listen to your show. We love you guys. Nikki and I were out door dashing a couple weeks ago. Just and I went into Sheets, and the girl that was working in there, when I went in there to grab the order, she was like, "Are you Glick?" And I said, "Yeah." And she was like, "I listen to your podcast."
That's crazy.
The vape shop that I go to, everybody in there listens to it. There's a guy that works for Verizon who follows us on social media. He's hit me up a couple times. They listen to it in the store from time to, like, when they're closing and shit like that.
Yeah.
Not customers around. Obviously, you can't throw us up when customers are around. I mean, the vape shop does. The vape shop puts us up on the TV, the flat screen that they have. Shout out to Rock Vapor Scissors, man, because those guys that they put us up, and they all listen. And there's a bunch of customers that listen to us. So there's surprisingly, it's happened quite a few times that somebody's either said, "Hey, I look or sound like the guy from Nonsensical Nonsense," and then I tell them, "Yeah, that's me," and they're like, "No way!" It's really cool that so many people in this area listen to the show, because I would have never thunk it. I would have never, in a million years, that anybody. We're not that big. We're not that famous. Or, I don't know that we will be, but but there are people in my area that listen to the show. So I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's what's up."
Like, yeah, you should have known it was me, because my face is on the fucking video every time. Somebody hasn't been watching lives.
Yeah, they're not always watching live. Sometimes they're listening to us on the various podcasting platforms that we're on. It's kind of a cool feeling. I don't know how to react. Like, I really don't know how to react when somebody says anything, because outside of me acting like I have a giant ego on the show, in real life I'm kind of humble and kind of quiet for the most part, ish.
For about the first 5 days.
Yeah, but when somebody says that, I'm like, "Yeah, that's me. It's my show, and I do everything."
I was about to say that. Yeah, it's your show.
So I mean, it is cool that there are people in the area that listen to it. But if you're listening in Newark, any local people, you want to hit me up for a sponsorship, I'll gladly shout y'all out, give your product if it's worthwhile. I'm just saying. I can't be bought.
If you think that love is worth more than money to me, you're wrong.
I like monies.
I will happily work with Sprint if it means you sponsor us. or what was it my son major calls them? Team Maybe.
Boost Mobile hit me up tomorrow. I'll be like, "Yep, you want me to come and do a live thing? You want me to record the show live, like in your at Boost Mobile? How much are we talking? Let's talk numbers."
Welcome to the Boost Mobile Studios.
Welcome to Nonsensical Nonsense in the Boost Mobile Studio.
Proudly sponsored by Dollar General. Proudly sponsored by Dollar General and McDonald's.
Shit, man, I'll be the hypest motherfucking dollar sponsor ever. Fuck.
If you ever get offered a McDonald's sponsorship, if you turn it down, I'll come there and stab you, and then go listen to the I'll listen through the podcast from beginning to end, every single one, until the day that I murdered you. And I would practice after every single episode. I would practice your voice, and then I would call them back and be like, "Hey, this is Chris Glick speaking. Sorry, I was being an idiot. I was
drunk.
My head earlier there. My bad. If you guys have seen the podcast, I'm drunk per usual. Like, silly me.
Shit, I'd be the biggest fucking McDonald's simp on the planet.
You know, when Glick Studios becomes a thing, you're gonna be one of the few people who can say that they get paid to show up to work drunk every day.
Think I won't?
I'm giving you notice that that's a thing.
I won't show up drunk, but I'll definitely leave drunk.
No, you should definitely show up drunk, just a little bit, like the start of your buzz coming on. You know, when you're at like, well, I'm smaller than you and less of an alcoholic than you, but when you hit like beer 6,
let me fact check that real quick. Yep, numbers are accurate. Correct again, sir.
You hit that first beer where you're like, oh, that's the number right there. We're gonna move along at this pace. Maybe speed it up a little bit. Get this party started. You need to come in at that point. Whether that's beer 45 for you, like Post Malone, I don't know.
I love how you guys make me sound like I drink 4 cases of beer every day. Like I get up in the morning and just grab a case of beer and go to work. And by lunch, I'm on my second case already. It's like,
hey, Blake, you want some Everclear? I don't drink that shit. Toss me a Budweiser.
I can't function if I'm sober.
I'm a functioning alcoholic because if I'm not an alcoholic, I can't function.
I can't do this job unless I have a beer in my hand.
Tell you what, if I could get my body right, male strippers have to get paid.
Well, you might get extra because you're crippled too.
Oh, I didn't think about it. It's kind of like nugget.
I was at the strip club and some like stripper came out with like a bum ass leg and a crippled ass hand. Like if she was like, "Hit me with my strong hand," I'll probably give her a little extra. I'd give her a couple extra bucks.
Good. You know what? Just for the effort. I mean,
yeah,
you're hot, but like I'm proud of you for coming out here in general.
Yeah, you look like a busted bag of bricks. You crippled. The crippled stripper,
God, what happened to you?
Here's a 5 instead of a 1.
Listen, I can tell your mom pushed you in front of a train when you were a kid. Here's a $5.
So your mom likes meth, huh? She just couldn't go through with the full abortion. She just smoked meth the entire time she was pregnant with you.
That coat hanger just got stuck, didn't it? That's why I still got the wire in just out of my head.
I'm a handy capable stripper.
You damn right. I would go into. I just got a 4-wheeled walker, like and Tractor's paying for it all. I agree.
Strip club. We're
What's
only hiring the handicap. I'm opening a new strip club. We're only hiring the handicap.
See, my stripper move would be to because it's got like that chair thing.
Yeah.
And you're kind of pushing that around. My stripper move would be to hop up on it like I'm going to do a dip. And then as I dip down, sway my nutsack back and forth so it goes underneath the chair and whips up the other side.
Nice. You got a walker with a porta potty built into it? Awesome.
Essentially, yeah. If you lift the chair up, there's actually a big ass pocket in there.
Yeah, you can drop
your shit.
Yeah, you can take that pocket out and just drop a little bucket in there.
Dude, I have the fucking Rolls Royce of walkers here. All right, it's heavier than shit and hard to get upstairs, but when you're rolling, you're rolling.
Does it have handbrakes?
The Chatter's box is dead.
Does it have handbrakes?
Yes, it does.
Nice.
Yeah. So what I do is I get up to speed as fast as I can go, right around 2.5, 3 miles an hour, and then I sit down on the chair and just lift my left leg up and let my right leg scrape along the ground because I can't move it anyway.
The dead leg.
Just slowly go down the hill. Fucking drift it around corners. You ever seen a dude drift a fucking walker?
No,
you may have seen someone drift a fucking wheelchair, but
no,
a walker.
My new strip club.
What's going to be the name of the strip club? Quarters.
Oh, I'm sitting here racking my brain trying to come up with a catchy name for the crippled strip club.
It's going to be called Quarters, and you're going to have a picture of a booty, and on the other side there's going to be a quarter, and you're going to draw wind lines from the quarter to the booty, but you also have to put the customers who are sitting out in the stands and stuff, and you got to draw wind lines from that. That way you don't know whether the sign is telling you, hey, they like to have quarters thrown at them, or hey, you're going to have a quarter shot out of an asshole at you.
It'll come to me like tomorrow. I'll be at work, and the perfect name will pop into my head, and I'll just be like, "Oh, this is a good social media post."
Come on now.
Yeah. Canceled.
Good.
I'm giving people who wouldn't otherwise have the chance to chase their dreams as an exotic dancer, as a stripper, the chance to be a stripper. Why are you going to cancel me? I'm all inclusive.
Listen, I have Thursday night Downs night, okay? Fucking classy.
Saturday Down syndrome night.
No, it's Thursdays. You don't want those. No, we do them on Thursdays. You don't want them in on the weekends when you're supposed to be making good money.
Autistic Wednesday.
Asperger's Friday.
Well, I'm going to hell.
Wheelchair Wednesdays.
Worst idea.
Wheelchair Wednesdays.
Wheelchair Wednesday. Wheelies Wednesday.
You gotta cut a little hole in the bottom of the wheelchair cover. That way their pussy flaps just flying in the wind.
Wheelie Wednesday.
Top the wheel.
Yeah. Wheelie Wednesday. Yep. We could have a two for one special on Tuesdays.
We got half off Mondays. Half off Mondays where the amputees come in.
Yeah, right. Half off Mondays.
Boy, buddy. Oh, crap. Cracked on a crapper. So as Chris goes to the bathroom and again leaves me, hey, put pants on. No one wants to see that. But as Chris goes to the bathroom and rubs one out real quick, let's get serious. Let's get down to business. Let's talk brass tacks. I have nothing to talk about. See, this is why Chris just tells me to come and hang out on Mondays and Wednesdays. And then when I come in on Saturdays, it's like actually fucking structured and makes sense. But whenever I come onto this podcast on a Monday or Wednesday, he doesn't come in with any sort of points, nothing. We don't talk about anything that was directed so that it could lead into a bigger conversation. He just hangs out on Mondays and Wednesdays, and that's great. But the problem with that is that Chris likes to walk away for like 30 minutes in the middle of the fucking podcast after talking for an hour straight without letting someone interrupt him. So then you're sitting there like, I don't know what we were talking about. He was on a rant. I fell asleep. Where do we go from here?
Well, for one, I had the fried chicken, and for two, I needed a beer.
Well, I think that
I had news articles for tonight. I had a plan for tonight because I knew Tony wasn't going to be here. I started working on that Saturday, and I know we talked Saturday night when I was live on TikTok, and it was one of those things like like when you run into somebody on the streets, like somebody, an old friend, and you're like, you haven't seen them in years, and like, oh man, I haven't seen you in forever. Let me get your phone number. Let's hang out. Blah blah blah, and then you guys never actually hang out. Like you were like, oh, I'll be there Monday, and not a shot at you or anything like that, because I know you got your own stuff going on and everything like that. And I was like, well, just in case Connor can't be here, and I didn't want to like bother you, so it was like you messaged me today, and I was like, oh shit, he was serious. But I had like, and I fully intended on doing that. I wanted to talk to you and see how things were going, and let you kind of catch people up as much as you wanted to, like fill in, because some people have been around here for a while. Some people remember you. I kind of wanted to, let you kind of fill in that gap since the last time he was on the show and everything. And then outside of that, I had but at the same time, as I tell Jeff and Tony all the time, if just because I have plans and I have put in show prep or whatever, I don't tell you guys on purpose, because if a show's going a certain direction, if we're having a conversation and we're having fun, we're not going to pull all the e-brake and be like, so in Minnesota, a guy was found in the freezer because he thought it was a good idea to hide from the cops. Like we were having a cool conversation. We were shooting the shit, laughing and joking and having a good time. Or you were, like in the first hour when you was talking about everything that you've been going through and everything that's been going on, because I had questions too. I'm not going to be like, skirt, dead convict found in freezer.
Oh yeah. Well, no shit. There's a,
you know what I mean?
It's proper etiquette. I mean, but I think that all I'm saying is I swear every time that I've been on this show on a Monday and Wednesday, because Monday and Wednesdays we're short. Mm-hmm. It's either just you or just Jeff, which never goes well, or it's just you and one other person that we, well, at least the last time I was on here, which was a few months ago, because of the shit. But like Jeff's having to find a co-host so that we're not doing it alone, which is completely fair. And vice versa for you. I mean, or the same thing for you rather. And so Mondays and Wednesdays can just be such a shit show and shotgun. And then Saturday, man, I wish I could promote Nonsensical Nonsense on Saturdays every single Saturday.
You can. You can promote the show all 3 nights, whether you're here or not.
But
it's a simple show.
That's 100% true. 100%. I won't deny that. But I encourage people, whether you don't have to be a part of the show or be on the show. If you like the show, share the fuck out of it. If you're listening on one of the various podcast platforms that we're on and you like it, fucking share the hell out of it. I share the fuck out of it. I put it in Facebook groups that have nothing to do with podcasting. I put it in things that have nothing to do with podcasting. And sometimes they get mad and I say, oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. No big deal. Other times, there's a few groups on Facebook. I got to give you guys a shout out. The Man Cave on Facebook. Shout out to you guys because you let me post in there as much as I want about the podcast. Shout out to you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are a hell of a community. It is men only. And it's not that we're doing anything wrong or it's just a guy's place where we can make our stupid jokes or we can have serious conversations or put serious posts in there dealing with issues that men have mentally, just in general. So those guys are very supportive. There's a couple pages, 80s. There's like an 80s retro thing. They're super supportive of the show. They let us post in there. 80s and 90s is another one. They're the same way.
Who are these people?
Dad's drinking bourbon. Don't know right off the top of my head. That's one of the. I don't know, man. I'd have to look them up right off the top of my head. Dad's drinking bourbon. It's a bourbon page, but and they typically are posting like new bourbons and stuff that they're drinking, or if they're out on the back porch with a bourbon and a cigar. But those guys let me post in there. Even my high school alumni page, man. So you never know. And the worst thing they're going to do is say, "Hey, don't fucking post in here." And then all right, I won't. My bad. I apologize. I share the show everywhere. My personal pages, I share the show on there. Even my fucking OnlyFans, I share the show on my OnlyFans. Yes, I legitimately have an OnlyFans page, by the way. I'm not joking. But I've shared the show on there.
All I can imagine is your wrinkly, saggy ass ball sack.
I'm not showing my ball sack. I don't show any nudity. It's just suggestive.
It's just.
I don't know how to be sexy. I don't know how to do sexy. So the whole OnlyFans is kind of weird for me. The only reason I started it was because I've joked around about it, and I've kind of hinted around about it. And Nikki was like, "Just fucking do it." She's like, "You're not going to show any nudity on there. That's cool. Just fucking do it." So I did it, but I'm terrible on it because I don't freaking post enough, and I got an Instagram page and stuff like that for it, but I don't promote it enough. I'm so focused on this, but I share this bitch everywhere, man. I don't give a damn if you don't like it. I figure if I share it, and there's 100 people in a group, and I share it in there, and 10 people like it, they might share it to another 100 people, and that's where the numbers come from. And that's what I try to tell the guys all the time. At the least you could do is share it on your personal stuff. You don't even have to put it in, but I mean, they don't even do that. So, it's been months. It's been months since either one of them has done it.
Yeah. I got a little bit of an excuse, but at the same time, I don't, because I mean, I'm always on social media. I'm always on TikTok. I'm always on Facebook. I'm always on. Well, I don't really use Instagram anymore, but you're right.
Worst case scenario, some people's not going to like it. We're not forcing anybody to listen to it. We're not forcing anybody to follow us. We're not forcing anybody to watch the show or anything like that. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But you never know who's going to like it, and you never know who's going to share it out there. And that's what, the same thing with our sponsors. I told the guys, I was like, if I put a post up for our sponsors, just share it. Just share it. It has nothing. I mean, it's connected to the show, but it's been crazy to me the amount of people that are like, oh yeah, you guys talked about Liquid IV. I'm like, so I went to the store. Why did you go to the store and buy it? Go online, man. Use our goddamn promo code. Like, it's there for you to save money, and it's cheaper on the website than it is in the stores, even without our code. It's still cheaper online. But no, I cannot get these guys to share shit about the show. And it kills me. But it is what it is. I'll keep doing what I'm doing. Show's growing. I love the guys. I love doing the show with Tony and Jeff. But it's growing and it's gaining traction because of me. I mean, let's be honest.
What does it matter?
And you as well. You and Cam have probably done more promoting wise, and Cam's never on the show. Cam's only been on the show a couple times. I'd love to have Cam on here more often. I'd love to get Cam comfortable in front of the camera with a microphone, because once he's comfortable, he would be awesome. Cameron would be awesome once he was comfortable, but he's so he's so timid and nervous, and it's not his normal forte. But once he got comfortable in here, dude, he would be amazing. And Cam has been amazing growing our face. You and Cam have done more of growing our Facebook page than I think even I have. And I try to grow the fuck out of it.
Well, I love, like I said, I'm always on Facebook, so I should probably shout out the show way more often. But I love when I see a post on the Facebook page, even when I've been gone for 4 months now because I had this medical shit going on. But like, while I've been recovering, I've been seeing posts on the Facebook page, and I'll respond to them. And then I don't just get a response from Nonsensical Nonsense. I get a response from Nonsensical Nonsense and 6 of the listeners. And that's fucking cool.
No, it's really cool. And that's the other cool thing, like whether it be on Instagram or TikTok or something like that. I try to, if somebody actually puts an actual comment in there, being a guy that I'm a fan of certain people, of certain podcasts and stuff like that, and then I comment on their stuff, and you don't even get so much as a like on the comment. Yeah. I don't ever want to be that guy. So, if somebody comments and it's a legit comment, it's just not some trash shit like a bot or some shit like that, I try very hard to comment back. I may not always comment back, but I try to at least hit it with a like, because I want people to understand. I appreciate the listeners. I appreciate the ones who are enjoying the show and stuff like that. And sometimes it's hard because, sometimes I'll make a post on Instagram or, on TikTok or something like that. Like I'll make a video or something like that. And you get a lot of comments that come through, and it's hard to respond to every one of them. But I also don't want to be that dickhead that responds thanks with like heavy metal fingers to 100 comments. You know what I mean? Like I want to actually comment, but if 30 people say basically the same thing, it's like, how do I respond to this 30 times? Let me just hit you with a like. I see it. I see you, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you like the show, like the video, whatever the case may be. But I want to make sure that I give some kind of response. That doesn't matter how big we get. 9 times out of 10, if you're talking to somebody from Nonsensical Nonsense, spoiler alert, it's me.
That's been fair.
Actually,
you only do this show all the time.
3 days a week.
I know. I love it.
3 days a week. I'm behind the scenes a lot more than that, but
yes, yes, you are. Well, because it is your show, and you do everything jokingly and truthfully. I'm saying that in a
yeah, joking and truthfully. But I love this show. I love what we're doing. I love a product we're putting out. Some days I look at it and I'll look back and listen to a replay and go, oh, I should delete this.
Yeah.
And then there's episodes where it's like, yeah, that was good. That was fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but big ups to the truckers out there, because I know there's quite a few truckers that listen to us on the replays on the various podcast platforms, and not only are they, truckers are in that category of doing a thankless job, but you're on the road, you're running 10, 12, 14 hours at a time, and you're listening to at minimal 9 hours of our show while you're driving down the road. That's awesome. Like, yeah, y'all get that much damn entertainment out of us. That's cool as hell. I really do. I appreciate the hell out of the listeners. And I appreciate when people share, or when they comment, or like something, or follow us. That means so much to me, because it's like, okay, sometimes I feel like this is just fucking pointless, but then I get a comment, oh man, I look forward to hearing you guys, on Mondays. It really gets my week going. We've had comments in the past. People have been in the comments and they're like, I mean, I just want to let you guys know, Marcus said it, a couple other people, I was going through a rough patch in my life, and things were going all to hell, and listening to your show kept me going, kept me, pushing forward and stuff like that. I really enjoy that stuff. I like that stuff, because at the end of the day, to be 100% honest, it's just a bunch of dudes hanging out, just fucking talking. Like, there's no real purpose to what we're doing. We're just having a good time, and we're just having fun. We're being real. There's nothing fake about what you see on this show. Any one of us, if you've seen us in real life, especially me, if you see me in real life, and you can attest to this as we work together, what you see on this show is the exact same person you're going to see in real life.
That's 100% true.
And so, that kind of like, oh, cool. I understand. I've been there, and there's people that I've been in their shoes, and it's certain podcast or certain this or that I listened to that really kept me going and kept me pushing and stuff like that. So to be on that level or that category is an honor. I mean, it really is, because I don't think we're that special, but
yeah. A whole bunch of dudes fucking sitting around drinking beer, and it's like the live action version of King of the Hill.
I never thought about that, but yeah.
We're just sitting around ding 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 ding. I mean, that's a whole show.
Yeah, Tony's Boomhauer. Jeff is the guy whose wife is banging the Indian.
I think that makes me Bobby. Damn it, Bobby.
God damn it, Bobby. It's my purse.
I don't know you.
That's a great show, Ed. It makes you the fat bald veteran.
Fuck, that's exactly what
I'm Hank. Tony's Boomhauer. Jeff is the guy whose wife is banging the Indian. and I can't think of it. Was it Hank Boomhauer? Was it Bill? Bill is the balding, the guy from across the street with the wife beater.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is that dude's name? Whose wife is sleeping with the Indian dude, the bug guy, the exterminator. What the hell is his goddamn name?
And the Indian chick's abusive as fuck, and it's hilarious.
Yeah. What the hell is goddamn name? That's gonna drive me crazy. Oh shit.
Your love is driving me crazy.
I gotta look this up real quick.
Okay. You look that up.
King of the Hill.
And,
Dale Gribble. Jeff is Dale. I'm Hank. Jeff is Dale. You're Bill. And Tony is Boomhauer.
No, I can't get it.
You got all this free time on your hands, man. You should be getting pretty good on that guitar.
I'm twerking on it, man. I'm twerking on it. Learning a couple more songs here and there. I learned Slip Sliding Away by Paul Simon last night. That was it's a super simple song, but it's like, I'm playing Paul Simon. This is fucking cool.
Solo Paul Simon, not Simon and Garfunkel.
Simon and Garfunkel.
You okay back there? The dog, she was just like,
kick it.
Nah, I kind of like her.
There you go.
She's pretty cool. She came with the Nikki package, and she kind of claimed me as her the first time I was at Nikki's house before she moved out here. This dog gets more excited than anybody when I come home from work. I'm just saying. Yeah, no, man. I mean, that's like shit. You learning to play the guitar and stuff like that, and you're not a bad singer. Shit, you got free time now. That's something else you could be doing. I mean, that's what I would do if I could learn how to fucking play this goddamn guitar that I have sitting over here. I'd start making TikTok. What's that?
What kind of guitar you got?
I don't know. It's like an Adam Levine guitar or some shit like that.
Okay.
Well, acoustic.
You got a string or two in there.
I got a couple. No, if I could learn to play that thing, I'd be happy as shit. I just know I can't sing this. I can't sing to save my life. But if I could learn to play the damn thing, I just don't have to. I don't have time to, man. But I would love to learn how to play it.
Honestly, this is my dad's guitar, but he never played it and never figured out how to play it. Never learned. And I went to Korea. And in Korea, my downtime, I borrowed my buddy's guitar and fucking practiced playing guitar.
Nice. Yeah, no, like I said, if I had the time, if I had the free time, I would absolutely. But I honestly, I don't have any time, so it's just kind of hanging out here.
My kids make me play them at least one song before they go to bed every night.
Nice. They gather around the living room and you start strumming.
No, they it's like their bedtime ritual. Like they get all dressed in their PJs, brush their teeth, hop in bed, turn the lights off. Dad, can we get 2 songs? And so if I can go in there with my guitar,
start playing fucking Bodies. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. 1, no, wrong. 2, no, wrong. 3.
You gotta play Enter Sandman. In your closet, in your head.
If I die before I wake, pray the Lord my soul to take.
Hush, little baby, don't say a word now.
Never mind that, what you heard. It's just the beast under your bed. In your closet. In your head.
Yeah, this is not a very good lullaby.
What?
Not a very good lullaby, Dad. Then you shoot up the closet.
Dad, why do you always sing about death? No reason. Go to bed.
Shoot up the closet, Major Payne style.
If he in there, he ain't happy.
Yes, do not take parenting advice from Nonsensical Nonsense podcast, ladies and gentlemen, whatever you do.
I would not recommend walking into your 6-year-old, 4-year-old's bedroom and playing Metallica, the most just like a horrific song. Like, what's the oh my God, why can't Creeping Death?
Yeah. Well, Creeping Death, sad but true.
Firstborn son.
Sad but true. You know, you kids like Marilyn Manson.
Fade to Black.
Gotta play you some Marilyn Manson.
Did you just play me a song about killing yourself, Dad? What?
Oh, so you want to hear Nirvana? Gotcha.
This one comes with a shotgun.
I still stand by everything I've said. Kurt Cobain's greatest hit was Click, Click, Boom. That was a shitty ass fucking band. I hated that goddamn band with a passion.
I did not hate Nirvana. I think Dave Grohl is fucking, he's sick.
The only thing Nirvana gave us was Dave Grohl.
That's true. And music that will last throughout the ages.
I mean, you know, I will say that in that new Batman movie with the sparkly vampire guy, they played Nirvana when he was like driving through the streets in the Batmobile or whatever, and that might have been the coolest. It might have been the coolest rendition of a Nirvana song and the most perfectly placed Nirvana song ever. In that new Batman movie.
What Batman movie are you talking about?
The one with Robert Pattinson. The sparkly vampire.
Sparkly vampire?
Yeah, what the hell was the name of that goddamn movie? The Batman. The Batman. That's all it was. It was like in the beginning of the movie or whatever, they were showing Gotham and it was real like dark and just like ominous and everything like that. And in the background was Nirvana playing. That was fucking badass.
The Batman?
Yeah, and I ain't mad at Robert Pattinson as Batman. He did a pretty good job.
Okay. Chris, I'd love to hang around, but I need to go help my wife before there's an issue. Of course, as I have to go help them, you stand up to go take a shit. Well, I don't want to leave you guys, but Chris is making this a bit difficult. That's the thing too. Chris just stands right up, doesn't say nothing, just leave me alone without saying nothing.
Sorry. I had a fried chicken.
I hope toilet water splashed back up into your bunghole.
Well, I like to sit down when I pee. The cold water feels great on my balls. I will give you credit though. I will give you credit when I get up and I go to like grab a beer or I go to fried chicken or whatever. I got to give you credit because you actually talk. Imagine walking away from a podcast that two other guys are on, and you walk away and they both go quiet.
Yeah, no, I'm trying not to have the awkward silence, even though I'm sure the awkward
like,
silence would be like super. I don't want to say super easy, but it would be fairly easy to edit out. You just kind of like cut it where Chris stands up and walks out, and Jeff stops talking for an hour, and then cut back in an hour later when Chris comes back.
Yeah, like will they go the other way? I know it sounds like I'm shitting on the guys. I'm really not, but it just kills me because we could literally be having a conversation, and I'll be like, "I'll be right back, guys," and I get up, and before I even get like right here where you guys can see the dresser, because I'm literally in my bedroom, they're silent, and then they're silent the whole time. I'm like, "There's two of you. You can continue the conversation that we were having."
The only issue with continuing certain like. Because you go on these like I don't want to say rants, but rants.
Tangents.
You go on the what?
Tangents.
I mean, I don't know what a color has to do with this, but what were we even talking about?
Me getting up and just walking away.
Yeah, they stopped talking. When they stop talking, I get irritated. I just want to talk because I don't want the listeners to be sitting here. Like, if there is anybody in the fucking chatters box, God forbid you like be sitting here like, did my fucking computer freeze?
Yeah, I know. Well, you know, we get some shy watch our viewers, and that's why I encourage, if you're watching, say hi. If you're watching, you know we like to conversate. You know we like to talk to you guys. We know that we like to have you guys involved in the conversation. But I also know a lot of our silent listeners or silent viewers are also just creeping because they're trying to get dirt because they are losers and they have nothing else going on with their life. So they're screen recording and editing and taking our shit out of content or context, and then people who have never even listened to our show because they play it for them are like, we hate nonsensical nonsense. Okay. I got a Ric Flair woo from the bathroom. You okay?
Yeah. Splashed out of the tub.
You made a what?
Almost splashed myself out the tub.
Whacked yourself out of the tub?
Myself.
Oh, backed. No, so, you know, I think sometimes some people are shy. Some people just like to watch. You know, it's okay. But I also know we have those few that waiting. They're waiting. They're going to get us. Like my whole comment earlier about controversy. I know that shit was screen recorded. I know that shit was going to be edited and taken so far out of context that, which is fine. It is what it is. Listen to the show, idiots. Screen record that. Listen to the show, you idiots, and make your own fucking opinion. Don't let some loser who has a fake name, doesn't turn their camera on, and has a fake profile pic tell you who you should or shouldn't listen to. Be your own person. Oh, there she is. There's that little princess. Look how big she's getting.
Dude, she's fucking huge.
I look how
I'm
big.
technically not even supposed to be holding her.
Yes, look how big. I see your big Buddha belly. Not you, Connor, but you got a big Buddha belly too. I see your big Buddha belly.
I don't think that I have a Buddha belly. I think I have a Homer belly.
Hi, princess. You see, look how big she's getting. Oh my gosh! Last time I seen her, she was the baby. Hi. She's so damn cute.
For all the listeners that refuse to hop in lives, my child is here. The thing that I created. How would the French say? Fuck trophy. Le fuck trophy.
Le fuck trophy. Look how cute she is.
This is the thing I created.
Hi, princess. Really? You talk more than my regular co-host. She is so damn precious, man.
She talks so much. All you have to do is talk to her, and she will talk to you. And the problem is, she never wants to end the conversation.
Hey, she's a girl. It happens.
So, like, wow.
She is adorable.
She'll sit there and she'll just and like be looking at you with like these eyes. They're like, you know what I'm saying, right? Like this is fucking important. I hope you understand what I'm telling you. And then she'll stop. She'll be and you're like, and then you can go back and forth with this thing. It's like a fucking parrot.
with this fucking thing. She is precious, man. I can't believe how big she's getting.
Dude, the thing is, she's not really that big.
Well, Nikki and I were having this conversation that, we don't need a baby, but we want a baby. And I was like, well, only two options are her oldest son is in the Air Force.
Nice.
He's actually deployed in Qatar right now, and I can say that because we've talked about it. She's talked about it on the show. But her oldest son is in the Air Force. He's deployed right now, and we've talked about like we want somebody to have a baby like that we can interact with and stuff like that, and have around. Neither one of us, we're not having babies anymore. She can't have babies, and I don't want any more babies. Like I done did all that, and I told her, I said, well, your boys are the only option because if Austin gets pregnant, we're gonna have a problem, and if Buggy gets pregnant, we're gonna have a real fucking problem. And I don't even Cash's little pecker works yet. I have no idea. So
my solution for you is there's this thing called a Rent-A-Baby program.
No, there's not. Shut up.
It's the Rent-A-Baby program. And what happens is you call up your homie, see money, right? See Toast. Call him up. Hey, see Toast.
Well, you're all the way out.
I want to rent your baby. How much can I pay you to take her from, I don't know, 3 p.m. until midnight?
What are you just gonna throw her in a box and FedEx her from El Paso to Ohio?
Shit. She fucking closed. She closed the damn window. I was like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, like you can rent my baby, Glick. Like I feel like we're starting to tiptoe into dangerous, probably federal criminal territory.
No. See, because I created this one, and I never said that it's legal if it's yours, isn't it?
I don't know. Like I said, I feel like
it's my decision as a parent.
Or you can just move to Ohio and come and visit. And
yeah, that's when you cash in the Rent-A-Baby program. You call me, I come by your house, I drop her off on the porch, and we go on our date. I mean, we go back to hell.
You drop her on the porch. You send a picture. The package has been delivered. Is this fucking Amazon for babies? When we're done, we just text, please pick up. Packages on porch, please pick up. We're done. Your mic is muted there, Kimusabi. You're Rent-A-Baby.
How long has it been muted?
For a good minute.
God damn it. I think it was her. She closed the tab out on my computer, and I fixed it. And then I guess when I fixed it, I didn't realize she muted me too.
Yeah. I speak Babanese.
No, I think that she thinks you're fucking weird, dude.
Yeah, well, join the club.
Thank you.
Oh. No, like I said, I don't want a baby of my own anytime ever again. But we need people around us to have babies that will let us hang out with their babies and. I don't got baby fever of my own. You know what I mean? Like I don't want my own baby. I just want somebody else.
I told you it's the Rent a Baby program.
What'd you say, babe?
I was laughing at you.
Yeah, I don't want a baby of my own. I want to be like, all right, I'm sick of this thing. Somebody else.
Exactly. And that's how the Rent a Baby program works.
I'm telling you, I think we are treading into illegal activities. I don't think you can just rent your baby out there.
But the rule is if you created it, you get to do what you want with it, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think it works that way. I don't think this is the controversy that Nonsensical Nonsense needs to promote us into the stratosphere.
You can edit this out. We're running up on the end of this.
We have a brand new sponsor this week. It's Rent a Baby. Do you want to be
Rent a Baby
and not have a baby of your own? Well, go ahead and go to www.rentababy.com and you can get one put on your doorstep for as long as you would like. When you're done with the baby, go ahead and send message back to baby's parents. Say, baby is on doorstep. Please pick up. If you use our promo code, words are hard. Your first 3 baby rentals are free.
But for just 3 easy payments of $12,549,
you can own your own baby.
I think that because I'm the father, I get to decide how I want her to grow up.
Work that way.
You created it. You choose what to do with it. All right.
Like I said, we are dangerously close to the Epstein business model. I'm just saying, like,
you didn't do it. Oh God.
That baby ain't yours. Where'd you get it from?
You wouldn't tell Bob Ross where he couldn't put his painting at.
What?
So yeah, he created that painting. You can't tell him what to do with it. I created this baby. You can't tell me what to do with it.
Really just compare your baby to happy little trees and fluffy clouds.
First of all, she is a happy little fucking tree. And the luckiest cloud.
I can't. I'm trying to be the reasonable one here, but
Chris. This is the reason people listen to you.
There is
because outrageous shit can be said, and you let it happen. You don't edit it out because you're dumb and you don't care. That when you're rich and famous one day, they're gonna sue you for being.
They're gonna be like, cancel him. And I'm like,
baby, a racist baby eating, renting, philanthropist, misogynist.
I would never eat a baby, but if somebody gave me a baby's foot with Raising Cane sauce, I might eat their foot.
Okay, this thing has gone from cute to really irritating.
She's possessed.
Dude, she will yank.
So how do I describe this show when I'm booking guests? What's your show about? I mean, it's just about stuff.
What kind of stuff? Well, the other day I talked to a disabled vet about how his life changed, and then 20 minutes later, his daughter was on her talking about renting her.
Yeah. We have a new sponsor on the show, Rentababy.com. Man, I don't know.
Rentababy.blacknet.com.
We're not going. We're not. We are not going to the dark web with this. This will be a legit website.
We're going to be a real business, okay?
A real goddamn business.
I'm sick of you guys saying we're not legit. I pay taxes, damn it.
I'm a goddamn businessman here.
Whatever happened to the American dream? Why can't a man just rent out a baby and make some fucking money? What's your problem? What happened to manifest destiny and all that shit?
Oh, we got so much good content for you guys in the extended hour of this show tonight. I hope you haters are enjoying this. They're jokes, people. It's satirical. It's not real. You fucking goofs.
They're not jokes. They're all real. I'm just saying that so that they can edit it and put it together so that it's in there.
They're gonna get us, but they're gonna get us advertising rentababy.com, and then if you go, this is not a joke, this is real, and that's gonna be the clip.
Rentababy.com is like
what Nonsensical Nonsense said.
They created a whole 5-minute ad on this mythical baby renting business.
They're renting babies at Nonsensical Nonsense. Can you believe that? The audacity of this podcast.
The one's renting out his own kid. What the fuck is wrong with it?
I told you this goddamn Glick guy's a monster. He's the worst.
His friend Connor is a racist.
He's renting babies and eating their feet with cane sauce.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of pink-legged babies running around because of Glick. We have a whole generation of fucking pirates, and it's Glick's fault.
Then this is why I'm renting you out.
Issues.
This is the world I live in, because there are legitimately people who screen record clips of our show and edit it. I'm just saying, like, hashtag pirate babies lives matter.
I don't quite fit in with
The PBLM, hashtag PBLM. There'll be a bunch of babies marching down the road with their pink legs.
Fuck nonsense, nah.
Nonsense. Words are easy.
Exactly.
So you have to. I think that it's time that you and Nikki sit down and have the conversation about our business plan. Because Nonsensical Nonsense is going to take off once we do this. We did say that controversy leads.
Controversy sells.
That's right.
If you don't want to go on the website, call 1-800-BABIES-ARE-US.
Damn it, that one was taken. We got sued for that. BabyRentalNotFree.com.
That's going to be another fucked up website. You click in Babies R Us and it goes to the baby rental website.
It just pops up as an ad. It just pops up as an ad in like the bottom right hand corner while they're scrolling through the shopping cart. Rent a baby. That's a new store. I haven't heard of that one yet. What's with the skin tone meter?
Are you thinking about starting a family? Well, before you do that, www.rentababy.com. See if you're really ready for your parent. Fucking hell.
Just for a day or two. Dip your toe in the waters before you make the full decision. We do have a $200 deposit on every baby.
Yep.
just like the little voice, the super fast speaking voice at the end. Warning, these babies don't have to warning.
Would you buy a car without test driving it? Do you really want to have a baby?
That sounded so pedophilic.
Without having a trial run as a parent? Do you think you would be a good parent? Do you think that you are ready for parent life? Contact us at runababy.com.
Are you sure you're not going to be a meth head?
My phone won't connect. My laptop won't connect.
To the Wi-Fi?
Yeah, it says cannot connect to gateway.
What am I on?
Ow, fuck. Ow, stop it.
That's true. I don't know.
Because my phone shit the bed in the bathroom too.
Yeah, I don't know. Turn your Wi-Fi off, turn it back on. See if that works. I don't know what's going on. It's crashed 3 times on me tonight.
Not connected.
Hey, Chris. Shit, he's frozen. I didn't realize that. Well, I was going to leave earlier in the show, and I'm not leaving. Now Chris has to fix his Wi-Fi. I still haven't eaten dinner, which is cool if you live in Ohio and it's 9 o'clock at night. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Damn, words are hard. I don't know. I'm fucking starving. I haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm sure he has. It's 9 o'clock here. Fuck. Anyway, so rentababy.com. I'm thinking green background. Damn it. Now he's gone. I'm thinking green background or green themed website. And sorry. Ow, I've got a baby. For those of you who don't know, who are just listening, I am crippled, and it is extremely difficult for me to wrangle a baby.
5G or the 1G 5G?
6.8 5G.
Oh, well, yeah, that's not even coming
Yeah,
up.
it's not. They're not available right now. Well, that seems like our cue to end the show. Connor?
What's the password for your Galaxy?
Yes.
Home slice.
Das ist me. He's muted. Okay. Well,
Connor, no, I appreciate you coming in tonight, man. I've missed I've missed talking to you, obviously, on a personal basis. You and I, we became pretty good friends pretty fast when we worked together. Whenever you want to come on the show, man, like I said, with everything going on, there's not a whole lot that I can do. I don't know if I'm froze or he's froze.
I heard you there for a second, Chris. Your face is frozen, though.
There we go. There's not a whole lot I can do, other than say, if you have the time and you have the opportunity, I would love to have you on here on a more regular basis. I would love to, almost as a permanent fixture on here. I've wanted that for a while. We've talked about that in the past, bringing you on as a permanent fixture. That's totally up to you. But anytime that you're available, man, feel free to come on in. Let me know. I'll make sure I get the link sent to you. If it does turn into a more permanent type thing, I'll make sure that the social media logins and stuff like that, I'll send them to you. But at the end of the day, I would love to have you be an actual part of the team, an actual member of the crew, and be here on a regular basis, hanging out with us, doing what we do. Tonight was a little off the wall, off the cuff, just because it's been a hot minute since we've been together. But I know that you have the same vision and the same motivation, and you want to take this the same place that I want to take it to. So I do thank you for coming in tonight. And it's good to see you, doing a little bit better. I'm happy things are, for the most part, as much as they can, kind of working out.
Yeah.
That's good to see. Stop being such a fucking stranger. I got to yell at myself for that too, because I'm just as guilty.
Exactly.
But I'm just as guilty. I'm terrible, man. I know I am. I'm terrible with social media. I'm terrible with talking to people because there's so many there's so few people in my life that I actually consider a real friend, and that's kind of jaded me with the real ones that are out there. But nonetheless, I appreciate you coming on here and hanging out with me tonight.
Absolutely.
I love you, brother.
I am always happy to come on here. My wife told me that when I talked to you the other day, my wife told me, she was like, "You really enjoyed yourself when you hopped on the podcast more often. You should try doing that, because I got nothing really going on here with me other than a whole bunch of doctor's appointments and shit." So other than that, I mean, I love talking to you, man. And maybe, hopefully we end up back in Ohio and similar area, maybe get to work together a little bit more. And
absolutely. If you guys end up back here, we don't necessarily have to be in the same room to do the show together, but we can absolutely get together anytime we have a chance and brainstorm and come up with ideas. And like I said, much like Cam, I would love to get Cam more comfortable and more familiar with being on camera and stuff like that, because you guys kind of have the same vision that I have. And you guys want to do kind of the same thing I want to do. And no disrespect towards Tony and Jeff. They're great on this show. When they're here. But no, like I said, I mean, I don't want to interrupt with family life or anything like that, but I would love to have you. I'm basically offering you a permanent spot on the show. I would love to have you as a permanent fixture on the show. As much as you can be here and take this thing and just fucking rock with it and see where it goes, where we go with it, what happens. I can count on you. So
absolutely. Well, I won't tell you I'll be a permanent fixture on the show just yet, just because I've got so much shit going on. But I love coming on here, and probably make that happen once I'm out of the military and don't have to deal with all this shit anymore. But until then,
you're definitely out of the military after the rent-a-baby conversation. You might have lost all your benefits, and I apologize for that.
Well, there goes my honorable discharge.
That's all right. We'll start making. We'll be making Joe Rogan money before you know it. Don't worry.
But anyhow, I would love to be more permanent party on this. I love being on the podcast. Just kind of getting to talk to you guys, whether it's just you, Chris, or if we get some more dudes in here. I love Jeff, love Tony, and talking to all the guys. It's just easy. It's natural, and I get to catch up with some dudes that I don't really have that much of a circle anymore, because my military life is coming to a little bit of an end. So it's kind of nice to have that almost brotherhood.
Well, you get that brotherhood, and it's almost an escape. Jeff and I have said it a million times. It's an escape from reality. This is our therapy. This allows us to come on and just, whether we're full on knucklehead goofball mode or we get into a serious conversation, it's kind of that escape. And it's I hate to use the term because it's kind of been put in a negative light, but it's kind of that safe place where we can come and hang out and have a good time together, and people get to see a different side of us, whether it be us having fun and making dick and fart jokes, or if we go down a serious road. Oh my goodness, she is getting fussy. Somebody rent this damn baby.
How old is she?
How old is she now, Connor?
10 months.
She's 10 months.
I'll take her.
Did you see her?
I did.
She's freaking adorable.
I'll rent her.
She's still got blonde hair and blue eyes. What?
You
want a ball? Is that what you want?
Nikki said she'll rent her.
That's the thing. The whole rent a baby thing is just a ploy so that I don't have to pay for daycare.
Yeah. I mean,
instead of me paying for daycare, the daycare lady is paying me to watch my baby.
I'll give you $1.50.
A minute. Cool deal.
Signed, sealed, delivered. Hashtag packages at the door. No, we do appreciate y'all listening. We appreciate y'all hanging out. Thank you again, Connor. We need to. I got your phone number. I'm gonna save it, which is a huge honor on my level because I don't save people's phone numbers because I don't fucking like people. We're gonna wrap this up. Thank you guys for hanging out. Connor, you're welcome here anytime. Let me know when you're available. I'll hit the link up to you once you're done with the military stuff and everything like that. Like I said, the offer is out there. I would love to have you on as a permanent fixture again. But we do appreciate y'all listening. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed the show tonight. Give my man Connor some love. Until then, let's go ahead and drop this little Zencastr ad and play some music and wrap this bitch up.
What's going on, everybody? Are you thinking about starting a podcast? Or maybe you already have a podcast and you're looking for a platform that makes everything nice and easy and has all you need in one spot. Well, you're in luck. Do like we did here at Nonsensical Nonsense and join Zencastr. It's so easy. It's now super easy to record a podcast with Zencastr. Log in using your browser and start recording a high-quality podcast right away. Record studio-quality sound and up to 4K video with your guest. Feel a sense of zen knowing Zencastr's multi-layer backups ensure you always have your recordings in the highest quality, even if the connection is unstable. It sounds your best. Have you ever worried what you sound like? Zencastr's post-production process makes you sound buttery smooth. It automatically removes those ums and ahs in your recording. It removes those awkward pauses in conversation too. Set the right podcast loudness and levels while reducing background noise with a click of a button. If you have ever thought about podcasting before and realized that you need a lot of different tools and services, those days are over. With Zencastr's all-in-one podcasting platform, you can create your podcast all in one place and distribute it to Spotify, Apple, and other major destinations. It's super easy. We did it at Nonsensical Nonsense, and we are loving it. I'm so happy with it. We're growing, and that's the name of the game at the end of the day. Now, if you want to be like us and do like we did, then go ahead and head over to Zencastr.com/pricing and use my code Words Are Hard, and you'll get 30% off your first month of any Zencastr paid plan. I want you to have the same easy experiences I do for all my podcasting and content needs. It's time to share your story.
There miles this rain on the rooftop. I'd give anything for the clouds to break. The weatherman says that it won't stop. The same shade of gray, just a different day. Well, I'm going crazy, stuck in this house, climbing the walls and screaming out loud. There miles this rain on the rooftop. I'm just trying to wait it out. Hope I make it through the night. Damn, it's really coming down. I ain't really safe inside. They say the memories will fade eventually, but in the meantime, my mind is my worst enemy. I'm praying for this hell to end. Still stuck in the storm that you let me in. Trying to wait it out. The bottom fell out when you stormed off. I ain't seen the sun since you drove away. I tried to find where we got lost, but I know now it won't change a thing. So I'm cussing this downpour to hell with this dirt. And damn you for leaving, you're the worst. The bottom fell out when you stormed off. I'm just trying to wait it out. Hope I make it through the night. Damn, it's really coming down. I ain't really safe inside. They say the memories will fade eventually, but in the meantime, my mind is my worst enemy. I'm praying for this hell to end. Still stuck in this storm that you let me in. Trying to wait it out. Oh, I ain't got nothing but time on my hands. Since I don't know when it ends, I'm just gonna wait it out. Hope I make it through the night. Damn, it's really coming down. I ain't really safe inside. They say the memories will fade eventually, but in the meantime, my mind is my worst enemy. I'm praying for this hell to end. Still stuck in this storm that you let me in. Trying to wait it out. I'm just trying to wait it out.
Hey, I have a bank account.
Yeah, buddy. A little Matt James right there to wrap up the show tonight. Matt James, lead singer of Blacktop Mojo. Go ahead and check out Blacktop Mojo everywhere you stream music and on all social media at Blacktop Mojo. Go ahead and check out Matt James as well. That is off of his debut solo album. My bad. I apologize. Go ahead and check out our sponsors. LiquidIV.com, Blendjet.com, Zencaster.com, and WDUBBY.GG. Use our promo code Words Are Hard. Save you some money on all that good stuff. And we'll see you guys Wednesday night for a brand new episode. Don't forget to check us out on all them socials. Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast. Give us a follow, give us a like, give us a listen. We'll see you next time. Goodbye, motherfuckers. Remember, WWNND. What would Nonsensical Nonsense do?